Those coming at night. We're going to honor freedom.
Okay. We're going to bring this meeting to order.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Queen Anne's County. We're glad everyone's here today on this beautiful day. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce the Maryland Department of Transportation Secretary Paul Wiedefeld. He is here today to deliver his message to the county commissioners and to the citizens of Queen Anne's County. And along with his Medal administrators who are also here today, he and his team will provide an overview of the draft 2024 through 2029 Consolidated Transportation Plan for our great state of Maryland. Commissioners, we do have some materials in your book, including the 2023 priority letter that was delivered to the Secretary for his consideration earlier this year. That would be under tab 6, item 1. And we also have with us today members of our Eastern Shore delegation, including Senator Steve Hershey, Delegate Jay Jacobs, and Delegate Jefferson Grist. So, President Moran, any other opening remarks or comments from you or the commissioners?
I want to thank the Secretary and his team for coming out here to Queen Anne's County today, and thank goodness you didn't hit any traffic. So, that being said, if you'd like to bring your team up. And
Thank you. Yeah.
Speak, we're good to go? Okay,
Yes,
thank
you're
thank you. Thank you, Commissioners, for having us down today. I appreciate it. With me today is State Highway Administrator Will Pines, also Joey Stagel from the Maryland Toll Authority, Transportation Authority, and also Travis Johnson from the MTA, and also shortly you'll hear from Leslie Dews, the Deputy Administrator at the Motor Vehicle Administration, and Ashish Solanki from the Maryland Aviation Administration, if we could. If it's okay with you, Commissioners, I'll give some brief opening comments, turn it to each administration, give a little update on some of their things they're doing, particularly here in Queen Anne's County, and then take any questions or comments you have. Okay, thank you so much. First and foremost, I want to thank you for meeting with us at MACO. I think those are important meetings for us to get to know each other a little bit and understand some of your issues. Since our meeting, State Highway has completed a project impact report which recommended 3 alternative median improvements along US 301 that will safely facilitate movements on that corridor, was one of the things we discussed there. While we're still a few years out from seeing the construction of these improvements, MDOT is committed to making this corridor safe for all motorists. District Engineer Ken Fender, who I know that you work with on a daily basis, has been in touch with the county staff on this and will continue to keep you aware of the progress made on those projects. Just very, very broadly, the department, we're focusing on being much more of a partner and being transparent on projects, on issues that we're dealing with, and I think you'll hear some of that today. But at the end of the day, we're focusing on building and maintaining a transportation network that basically carries us into the future and meets our community needs, and that's what we're going to focus on. We have achieved some things. We've got a long way to go. No doubt about it. Our priorities from an operational perspective, number one, obviously safety of our employees, safety of our contractors. Unfortunately, we've had a terrible tragedy, as you know, up on the Baltimore Beltway, and safety of our users of our facilities and our services that we provide across the state. To that end, we're committed to Vision Zero, obviously, to make sure that we reduce any fatalities on the system that we're responsible for, and I know the county does the same for their facilities. But I've also directed our staff to take a hard look at existing regulations and policies and some of our designs to see if there's anything we can do more to prevent fatalities on our system. And also I've asked them to basically review our Complete Streets program. That's a program that was established several years ago. It hasn't been looked at in over a decade. I've asked them to take a hard look at that as well, because that deals particularly with our most vulnerable fatalities, meaning pedestrians and bicyclists. Last year, almost a third of fatalities in the system were bicyclists and pedestrians. So we've got to make sure that we're doing everything we can to make sure we can prevent those accidents. Our second priority is clearly to preserve the investment, the multi-billion-dollar, decade-old investment we made in this system across the state, and particularly to make sure that we don't slide backwards and then we pay higher price later if we don't take care of things that need to be taken care of. And I'm sure you've seen several examples around the state where that can occur pretty quickly. And then the third focus for us is on enhancing the system, particularly where it supports economic development in areas that we all want to grow in. So we'll continue to do that. One other area that has obviously become in a much greater focus for all of us is dealing with climate change, and particularly resiliency of our system to deal with storms and of that nature. So that is a little bit of a newer area that we're focusing on, but one that obviously we need to do to keep ahead of those issues. And I'm sure you're doing the same at the county level. So creating our transportation network of the future while preserving and maintaining what we have today takes a tremendous amount of investment, right? It just does. And I also think, when I think of the transportation network that we all use and benefit from, we're competing, right? We compete regionally, we compete nationally for business, and internationally. So we've got to think of the network and that framework as well. And to be frank, the investment levels that we have been putting into the system just don't meet all those needs, is I think, a reality. As you know, our major funding, and there's a lot of pressures under that. One of the first pressures is something that we're all sharing, which is the historic inflation rates we've been having, the labor issues, material issues, all those are coming home to roost at the county level, the state level. So we have that issue. We also were the beneficiary of a lot of dollars from COVID, federal dollars, particularly in the transit arena for transit operating costs, over $2 billion. Well, those dollars all dry up. right now. They're at this fiscal year, they'll be over. At the same time, our core source of funds for the trust fund is the motor fuel tax. It's over 20% of our revenue. And with cars becoming more efficient, which is a great thing for consumers, and with the electrification of the fleet, that's going to basically pull those dollars down for us. So as we look into the future of the trust fund, the Financial Stability Trust Fund, under a lot of pressure just with those major trends they're not trends, they're reality of what's occurring in the system. Another part of that is the type. And cars are becoming much more efficient, which is great, and they last longer, and people are keeping them longer. Again, from a consumer's perspective, that's fantastic. From a trust fund perspective, it causes pressure on us. So as a result of all these pressures, put a lot of stress on delivering the capital program. And we've been fortunate. We have tapped into the dollars we've gotten from the bipartisan infrastructure law, and we'll continue to do that. And we get two basically sources of funds from that. We get formula dollars that we need to match with state dollars for our highway program and transit and aviation and other areas. And then we get discretionary dollars. And for discretionary, you need state dollars to match and to compete. So we need those dollars to do that, to be competitive. So all of this is really to roost in some ways in the capital program that we're presenting today. The draft for 24 through 29 is roughly $21 billion, of which we have a hole of over $2 billion. And over that 6-year period, it grows in from 25 into the out years. And that only funds the existing things we have, not the other needs that we all want, right? And that have been discussed across the state. So in the past, what the department would do, generally when we had shortfalls, is the secretary or the secretary's office in the different modes would come in with cuts. I chose a little bit different path this time, which I think it's important that we have a broader discussion, because this is a much broader issue, as I outlined with some of the big financial pressures that the department's under and the state's under to fund our network. So with that, the legislature set up a commission to look at that issue. We have 2 members of it right here on that commission. It's called the Maryland Commission on Transportation Revenues and Infrastructure Needs. And it's looking at basically some of these core issues I talked about, looking at prioritization of how we prioritize with limited dollars and where we want to be as a state, right? How do we support that? So that is playing out. A draft report is due this January to the governor, and the final due next January. So that process started in August, and they're having discussions now. They meet a few times more before the January due date. So I think there'll be a lot of, as this evolves, a lot more engagement at all levels of government as we deal with that. So with that as sort of the larger picture, I'd like to first turn it over to Will Pines to talk about what's happening on the state highway side.
Well, thank you, Paul, and good afternoon, everyone. As was mentioned, I'm Will Pines, and it's great to be here with you this year, this time as the State Highway Administrator. I'm just a few months in, but I'm really excited about SHA's future. Under my leadership, SHA will continue to advance infrastructure projects that will connect Marylanders to jobs and economic opportunities. Building and maintaining a multimodal transportation system for all users that's safe, equitable, and balanced, that's our goal. That means we're going to reimagine how our highway network supports the needs of communities. We'll be putting a greater focus on safety statewide. Because one lost life is one too many, we will also have a holistic approach to hone in on asset, work zone, and vulnerable user safety. This spring, SHA released Maryland's first Pedestrian Safety Action Plan, or what we refer to as the PSAP program. This is a new data-driven tool to enhance pedestrian and bicycle safety for communities across the state. We are making significant investments to deliver those PSAP projects, working with a new active transportation team, and also with our local district offices. We're also taking a fresh look at organizational efficiency. I've asked the SHA team to focus on project delivery, permit approvals, and procurement timelines to look at opportunities to streamline the processes while maintaining good ethics and business standards. This will focus on delivering SHA projects faster and conducting more timely reviews and support for county and developer projects and permits. We realize there are challenges ahead, but that doesn't mean that our goals have changed. We will continue to improve safety, accessibility, mobility, and state of good repair. We have to be poised to leverage every available federal dollar to be able to deliver as much as we can, and this includes pursuing multiple grant opportunities. We will also continue working with you on delivering local projects. Partnership will be the key to our mutual successes. And so I'd like to now highlight a few of our projects and accomplishments over this past year. In June, the Federal Highway Administration awarded SHA a $12 million Advanced Transportation Technology and Innovation Grant, or what's called an ATTAIN grant, for new technology that will allow us to make safety improvements and address congestion along US 50 on the Maryland Eastern Shore, increase efficiency of freight delivery, enhance mobility in historically underserved and disadvantaged communities along the corridor, and predict traffic movements while monitoring queues in real time. With this deployment of technologies, we'll be able to better serve our customers on the Eastern Shore. Along the Maryland 18 route, we have an ongoing study, what's called a Planning and Environmental Linkages Study, that will evaluate potential safety and capacity improvements from Castleman Marina Narrows. This $500,000 study has been invested to move this study forward, and a project page project portal website, which provides a survey for public to provide input on the study. I want to thank the county for your efforts in sharing that opportunity to provide comment on your page, and we anticipate additional public comment opportunities will become available soon. Finally, SHA continues to work closely with the county and emergency responders on the US 5301 Kent Island Traffic Management Pilot. We appreciate your partnership in this effort and look forward to our continued collaboration. We have received many comments, both in support of and some in opposition of the pilot concept. We continue to work with the county on the public engagement to listen further for feedback on how the pilot worked for the community. Finally, I just want to take a moment to thank our district engineer, Kenny Fender, for his team's work to support the county on everything from managing traffic to constituent services and all the other great things that we hear that he does for you. And so with that, I want to thank you again for your time, and I'll now turn it over to my colleague, Joey, with the MDTA.
Great. Thank you very much, Will, and good afternoon, everyone. So great to be here. As Secretary Wiedefeld said, I'm Joey Sagel. I was named Executive Director of the Maryland Transportation Authority, or MDTA, in August. Financed by toll revenue, the MDTA is the independent state agency that finances, owns, operates, preserves, and secures Maryland's 8 toll facilities. We're investing those toll dollars right back into our world-class infrastructure for all Marylanders. The MDTA's commitment to maintaining Maryland's toll roads and bridges is paramount, as well as doing our part to watch over millions of souls traveling those roads every day. I'd like to talk about a project that keeps people at Queen. For many here today, that crossing the Bay Bridge plays a big part in their lives. Bay Crossing Study Tier 2. This $28 million Chesapeake Bay Bridge study, or the NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act process in which we follow, is funded by MDTA's toll revenue. The Tier 2 study is currently analyzing alternatives for providing adequate capacity and access to improve travel reliability, mobility, and safety across the Bay, as well as the US 5301 corridor. Our public engagement objective is to establish a fair and equitable study process that leads to equitable project outcomes. The federally required Tier 2 NEPA study is focusing on the selected corridor alternative, Corridor 7, that was identified through the conclusion of the Tier 1 study. Corridor 7 is 2 miles wide, 22 miles from the Severn River Bridge in Anne Arundel County to the US 5301 split here in Queen Anne's County. The study includes the site of Corridor 7, the existing Bay Bridge site. We held numerous public engagement activities throughout summer of 2023, open houses, community events, online transit and bike pedestrian listening meetings, as well as in-person and online public meetings in September. Great outcome. It was so great to see so many of you and see so many residents, and the feedback and the comments we got were great. We heard and have continued hearing that citizens of Maryland are frustrated with congestion at the Bay Bridge and want relief from traffic jams that also occur year-round. To address the concerns, we plan to share alternatives with the public in 2024, followed by MDTA's recommended preferred alternative in 2025, and conclusion of this Tier 2 study in winter of 2026 into year 2027. Details about the study and additional opportunities to provide input, which we strongly encourage and support, are available online at baycrossingstudy.com. When you think of the MDTA, you may think our responsibility ends once the bridge is crossed or the lights at the end of the tunnel becomes visible to you traveling. Our customers' toll dollars support so much more. The MDTA keeps our customers connected to life's opportunities. We will continue to be an agency dedicated to innovative transportation solutions that improve connectivity, create opportunity, enhance safety, promote equity, and support economic development. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today. I'll now hand it over to Director Travis Johnston at the MTA.
Thank you, Joey. Good afternoon. I'm Travis Johnston, the Transit Support Director for Maryland Transit Administration. Good to be here with you today. I appreciate the opportunity to share a little bit about what MTA is doing to support frequent, reliable, and easy-to-use transit throughout the state of Maryland. As you know, public transit is essential to ensuring economic and social mobility, addressing the climate crisis and needed reductions in carbon emissions, as well as reducing congestion and promoting safer and healthier streets for the entire region. Maryland's investments in new transit infrastructure and maintaining our systems in a state of good repair will make a difference in people's lives throughout the state. Here on the Eastern Shore, we continue to support all of our locally operated transit systems who are critical partners in providing transit throughout the state. MTA makes a significant investment in transit in Queen Anne's County by providing more than $500,000 in operating and capital grants to support local transit operations. Of the $500,000, more than $390,000 is for the operating budget, and $118,000 is for the capital budget, which will include one new small bus and the installation of new bus shelters. Recently, the agency has undertaken a comprehensive review of the LOT's operating funding allocation formula. I'm pleased to report that beginning next July, funding will be adjusted so that allocation distributions are more equitable and responsive to changes in local jurisdictions' investment in transit service. So with that, I thank you for your time. I'll now turn it over to Leslie Dews with MVA.
Good afternoon. I'm Leslie Dews, Deputy Administrator for Field Operations at the MVA. Customer service has always been the cornerstone at the MVA. Over the last few years, we've implemented various service and technology enhancements, including Customer Connect, our systems modernization project, which has allowed us to deliver premier customer service to every corner of the state. Gone are the days where you need to bring a book to the MVA for your appointments. At the Eastern Branch, in fact, last year, the wait time was less than 4 minutes. Customers can schedule an appointment within 1 day and often on the same day to complete their services. Accessibility, we are allowing for more services to be completed for customers through their MyMVA account. In fact, last year, 75% of our transactions were done through alternative service delivery. Customers can also complete vehicle registration renewals and order duplicate registration cards for a small fee at the Treasurer's office. We continue outreach efforts to ensure all members are receiving the critical services they need. Additionally, MVA and its partners remain committed to developing solutions to save lives on our roadways to reach our goal of 0 fatalities. Last year, 4 people lost their lives in Queen Anne's County, and so far this year, there have been 10 fatalities. Unfortunately, this trend we're seeing across the state. We know the causes behind these crashes and fatalities. It's speed, impairment, distraction, and improper or lack of use of seatbelts. All are preventable. At 88%, Queen Anne's County has one of the lowest seatbelt rates in the state. In September, Governor Moore announced more than $30,000 in highway safety grants to Queen Anne's County Sheriff's Office. Local jurisdictions are encouraged to develop their own highway safety plan that takes on the principles and overall goals of the statewide plan while addressing specific concerns in their jurisdictions. And I want to thank the county officials for taking the steps to develop a local plan. In April, we launched a new crash data dashboard as a tool to help users visualize and give real-time information to assist all forms of transportation planning. MBA will continue to work with our partners at the federal, state, and local level to develop solutions that save lives. In closing, I want to recognize the MBA's incredible employees for doing an outstanding job in delivering on our customer service promise. Now I will turn it over to Ashish with MBA. Sorry.
Thank you so much, Leslie. I don't mind MVA. That's a wonderful group to follow, so I appreciate that. Commissioner, it's great to be with you again. With the Maryland Aviation Administration, it's a pleasure to brief you on our activities over the year. Certainly our Maryland aviation system, it provides travel, tourism opportunities, and also economic development, not just to our state, but our local communities. Our airports, our 34 public use airports, they provide exactly jobs, businesses, revenue opportunities, both for the communities, the counties, as well as the businesses working and servicing our customers. I wanted to share with you a couple updates with BWI Marshall as we proceed. As we come on the other side of this pandemic and the recovery, BWI Marshall is continuing to see continued growth. And growth on both sides, on the capacity side of the equation as well as on the demand side. So first on the demand side. You may be familiar, BWI Marshall, largest airport, we're generating over $9 billion in economic impact to our state and our region. That's contributing over 15,000 jobs, both our airline partners, our airport, and all of the services that we provide. But more importantly, to share with you our progress post-pandemic, we're actually past 90% of our pre-pandemic numbers. We were around 27 million plus pre-pandemic, and we're at 90% of that. That's the positive direction we're headed. That's what we want to see. And to give you another metric to share, our airline partners, the folks that provide the service, the capacity, they've added service in recognizing the demand that BWI Marshall provides. So from year over year, we've actually added 17% more seating capacity at BWI Marshall. Again, demonstrating the strength and the demand that our traveling public want and our traveling service providers are willing to share and provide at the airport. On the capital side, this is an entertaining part of our side. You may have heard of our award-winning restroom. This is our program that really recognizes what our customers are asking for. And they've been asking for improved restroom facilities as they use BWI Marshall. We've listened, we've heard, and we've tried to provide. And certainly the award is recognized, but I think it's in our customers and their recognition and the use of that facilities and the value added of those deliverables. That's what we're focused on, delivering value added products and projects to our community. At statewide, we're supporting that same focus. Safety is certainly our focus, but we're also focused on delivering products that our customers are asking for. We have a $2.8 million grant program statewide, and here locally at your Bay Bridge Airport, we're pleased to continue our ongoing support. We know you're finishing up the runway rehab project, and with that, we're supporting the $45,000 this year, continuing that closure of that project so we can open it up to our public, to our businesses, our users. So thank you for the opportunity to brief you on MAA. Now it's my pleasure to turn it back over to the Secretary.
Thank you, Ashish. That concludes our presentation. We'd like to take any questions or comments you might have.
Just a quick question, going back to your presentation originally. What percentage did you say the fuel tax?
It's about 23% of the
23%?
total trust fund revenues.
Thank you.
Yeah, I do. First, I want to thank Ken Fender for all his help in the 301 corridor, looking into possible solutions for some of our upgrades to reduce the risk and the extra strain it puts on our local DES, having to cover such a large area of 301 there. Keeping the accidents down on that corridor definitely helps our whole system across the county. So thank you, Ken, for everything you're doing with that. Second, bravo to MVA. I haven't had to go to an MVA in 3.5 years, so and I don't have an illegal registration, and my license is up to date. So great job doing over there. I have not had to wait even the 4 minutes, so. The other thing is, a suggestion to the corridor for the bridge. I really think to look at it from the traffic perspective of how the traffic actually peels off where it goes, I really think we need to look at the 404 overpass as another place, because that's where we split the Ocean City and Delaware traffic. There's a light there now. It really should be an overpass to keep the flow through there and to keep any eventual bottlenecks that may wind up in the Queenstown to Y Mills area, with that not being addressed as part of this whole corridor upgrade to keep the traffic moving. And I think that was it. And I really wanted to put the analogy as typical to what the 9750 merger, what you're going to have to do there to create a better flow. It's really similar at that intersection. So that's all I got. Thank you all.
Just to piggyback on that. So you mentioned the bridge at Route Boulevard or the Seven River Bridge, and then to the 5301 split. And so just to add to Jack's comments, I think you need to literally go back to where 97 comes into 50, and then again, to reiterate what Jack said, to 404 and 50. Not only is that where the Delaware traffic and Ocean City traffic part ways or come together, but it'd be interesting to see how many traffic fatalities and accidents we've had at that intersection because it's just a light and not an overpass. So I know that's something that has been asked over the years, to take a look at that intersection. And since we're building the infrastructure for the eventual bridge replacement, we're certainly going to need the infrastructure to support that on either end. So just ask you guys to consider expanding that approach.
Good, Commissioners.
Thank you.
I just wanted to thank you all for continuing to partner with Queen Anne's County, work with us on things. All the improvements. Flew in out of BWI over the weekend. I was able to use my iPhone as my ID to get through security and TSA pre. It was really great and easy to do. I appreciate those innovations that make life easier for the citizens, and also for partnering with us, especially Will, for what we're doing, trying to figure out some of the bridge traffic issues that we have. We really appreciate you guys taking the time to listen to us and listen to the citizens.
Thank you, sir.
Secretary, at the BMC the other day, you mentioned how many fatalities there were. I thought it was over 600.
We're not over 600. We're on path to get to 600. We had 607 in 2007. We were about 560 last year. So again, the trend is obviously going the wrong way. So that's where we're headed. And you heard the tragic numbers here in Queen Anne's County.
Yeah.
And it takes all of us, right? Obviously, what we can do from a physical standpoint, but as we mentioned, it's impairment, it's speeding, it's distraction, it's those core issues. And I think, I know me personally, having, obviously this is an everyday thing for me because I know when fatalities across the state occur. I must mention it to my children, all three of them that are younger and are driving almost every day. Like, you've got to put that thing down. You have to pay
Absolutely.
attention. So I think we all have to do that. We've got to keep drilling this home. And the seatbelt issue, roughly, it's about 90% of people wear seatbelts. We all know what they do, how they can save lives and serious injury, particularly for people in the back seat, right? We see a problem. So anything we can do just to keep reinforcing that, I know would work, obviously to create a safety plan here. But it's a larger public message. We just got to keep hammering home. Obviously, we're committed to get Division 0, but it's going the wrong way. I will add, this isn't just a Maryland trend. It's a national trend. I think we've all noticed since COVID, driving behaviors for some reason has changed quite a bit. So we've across the nation, we're all dealing with this issue, but we just cannot take our eyes off of it.
I'd also like to say that your team has been more than responsive. These last 3 or 4 years, it's been great working with Will and now with Joey. And I will say that being on the Bay Bridge Reconstruction Advisory Group, we don't leave any stones unturned. And that's the transparency, telling us what's going on, to the fact that we know what we're looking ahead at, and transmitting that to the public. So I want to thank you for that, and Will, for our pilot program that we tried, and we're looking forward to you guys getting done with your tour, and we'll get together and look at what worked, what didn't work, and a two-lane accident on the bridge never works. So, you know, that's just the rotten luck that we have to have.
Then we get rained out on the second attempt.
And I know that, you know, and I don't know if you're going to talk about this, but the projects that are in Queen Anne's County, they're really, the Route 18 one is the most vital for us. And because that's part of this phase 2 of this beach to bridge plan to get the traffic to stay out on Route 50. But Route 18, in that area, there's open ditches, there's no turn lane, and and there's a lot of businesses, and it's just the focal point that where everything gets jammed up, and from there it just grows. So, you know, if we have to beg for anything, that's what we're begging for the Route 18 project to move forward. And, you know, again, you know, I want to thank MDTA on the timelines that they're giving us, and you know, we're going to naturally hold them to it, but we're appreciative to know, you know, what we're looking at ahead of time and where we go once we get there. And lastly, I will say with the airports, I do get out of town as much as I can, and BWI is great. It is absolutely great, but I still can't figure out how they know what flight I'm on, because every flight I got, I'm all the way at the end of one of those terminals. Never fails, you know. And believe me, I need the steps, but
We want you to partake in our concessionaires.
exactly, you're right. You know, but then again, thank God for all those extra seats. So, you know, thank you. Has anybody got?
So real quick, I read an article, heard something on the news recently. I don't know. It sounded to me like something that could be broader and help some revenue issues and all, but that they're utilizing Easy Pass tags on toll roads for issuing speeding violations. And because Easy Pass is attached to a bank account, people can't skip out on, because I know that tolls, people skip out. If they're from out of state, they skip out on our Easy Pass tolls in Maryland. I forget what that number was. It got brought up a year ago, hundreds of millions of dollars of uncollected tolls. Well, obviously those tolls go to fixing our roads. So, I mean, that's a pretty big number. But I don't know, have you heard of anything along those lines where they use electronic ticketing?
Specifically on the ticketing, not what jurisdiction or what locality that particularly was.
I took a find the article, but
I'll put on an old hat for
Yeah.
a second. So
Ren.
MDTA prior to going to all electronic tolling, we did issue speed warning notices to Easy Pass customers that when they went through, it essentially would say, if you continue to speed, we're going to discontinue your Easy Pass.
It worked. I got one of those.
Accident.
We were kind of figuring out at what speed do you get it and what you've done, so I can share with you later if you'd like to know what that is. So.
The primary reason for those at the time was because we had the toll plazas where we really needed people to slow
Safety and
down.
all, yeah.
The crash rates at that plaza area, it was a lot higher. With the transition to all electronic tolling, we actually had, when we switched and the plazas were there, but there were no cash collectors, everybody was going through and getting a lot of those warnings. And so we discontinued the warning program at that time. Is it feasible to do it? It is, but the current contracts that MDTA has no longer includes quantities for those warning notices. So
I was just curious because the 301 corridor is really like the Indianapolis Speedway. I mean, the stretch from Delaware to Queenstown probably, even Centerville overpass, I guess, is where the people slow down, but they're 85 plus from 4 a.m. when I get out on there till coming home, 5:30, 6 o'clock at night. So I didn't know that corridor is, 34 miles of basically non-tolled coming southbound. So maybe if we picked up the speeders that are coming from Delaware, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, all our friends from up north, we could build that bridge sooner.
Secretary, one other thing. I know that new committee Senator Hershey sits on and the Administrator sits on, that is the tool that I would imagine it's going to play a big role in what gets chopped and what doesn't get chopped, those recommendations?
No, I think it'll be more about how do we of some of the structural financial issues we have with the trust fund. I think it's more along those.
So it's more
issues.
for a revenue side.
Yeah, I think it's more for revenue and the process upon which we build the program. There's a lot of discussion about the prioritization process, which, to be frank, hasn't been looked at in years, the whole CTP development process. I think it's very good, but I think it could probably be a lot better. And I think that's part of their discussion.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
How many, You halfway, you more than halfway, or
Your number, I have 9 left after,
9 left?
hopefully another minute or two.
You got the delegates.
I'm sorry.
Burgers. I might make it that far. I don't know. Is there, whatever, I don't know how you guys arrive. I never just had studying the big. Hopefully we can expect. Just want to move.
We just, on the positive side, have made some location. Haven't completely neglected it. Candidly, as far as how the date is set, the secretary just talked about some of the ways that the prioritization could be improved. I actually don't know the answer to your question on how the date's set, but we'll make a note to take a look at that and see if that makes sense at all. Appreciate it. That location probably is best suited for a grant opportunity that we would be a conduit for to help support. That's for those kinds of projects, that's what we've been seeing, frankly, and happy to work with the county on identifying potential options there. We also think that some of the Route 8 overpass may have some opportunity for some restriping to utilize the existing roadway. One of the challenges with putting in a new pedestrian crossing or bicycle pedestrian crossing is that the area there is relatively flat and the roadway is very wide, so you'd have a lot of grade to get up to the right level, and that presents some challenges for pedestrian usage, frankly, with a tall grade. So we've done some initial looks at it and think that maybe dealing with the Route 8 overpass today and maybe doing some restriping to encourage use for other vulnerable users might be a good interim step, and also to collaborate on some grant opportunities. So I think we can work between the county, with the county, and commit to do that, to kind of look at if there's options for there.
And then we'll work the other end too in the budget process.
Other questions?
It's a few questions from all over.
Okay.
Very good. Guys, good?
I'm good. Thank you.
Cool.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for traveling to Queen Anne's County. Yes.
Some money on the way out.
Yeah.
Spend some money while you're here.
But we're just gonna,
You heard the doctor. Jody's eyes are council giving away free dinner for all showed up. Jody's eyes. Commissioner said you're giving away free dinner. We moving into the legislative.
well, we got 20 minutes, so we got 4, so we're gonna go straight into it or what?
Finding out. Dinner wait. Wondering right into the legislative.
I don't know if we're going to go straight in or if we're going to wait.
We're probably gonna wait till 4. time?
3 times smaller room.
All right. We'll bring the meeting back to order.
All right, Commissioners, our next section here this evening is to discuss some legislative priorities with our fine Eastern Shore delegation members here. So if you want to turn to tab number 6, item number 2, we have a couple of items that we've been discussing amongst ourselves for consideration by our delegation. First, you want to go into the first one?
Yeah.
All right. The first item we had was a modification to the natural resources law. This was associated with mooring piles, so that we have some more jurisdictions over mooring piles and how to manage those, because we've come to find a lot of abandoned boats tying up to these mooring piles at various locations around Queen Anne's County, which we currently have no jurisdiction to manage those, and they've become a nuisance for us. So we did craft some language here, but it's I'll just kick it off. I know Commissioner Corcorino has been involved with some of our local residents to try to address this, and it's very challenging because we don't really have any way to manage these boats that are out there tied up to these mooring piles out there in the water for sometimes indefinitely. Recreational boats.
Not commercial
Yeah.
boats.
And of course, the watermen use some of these mooring piles, and of course, we don't want to displace them for an appropriate use, but some of these locations, they're abusive and creating issues, for our constituents.
Yeah, so we have, one example is in down Thompson Creek. We'll have people who tie up the recreational boats, they'll leave them there and then abandon them. And so they're out there, they're eyesores, eventually they start taking on water, they're sinking, they're not watching the lines will break loose, and then the boats are ramming into the piers of people that live on Thompson Creek. Efforts to try to get those boats removed through the abandoned boat program have run into some hurdles, in particular because they're on these moorings. They think, well, they're not abandoned because they're moored, right? But a lot of those pilings were put in without permits, so there's no ownership of it. And one way we thought about it is, for recreational boat owners putting it on a piling and they don't own that piling, they're trespassing on that piling. So if a boat is left on an unregistered piling, recreational boat, for more than so many days, have it be deemed to be an abandoned boat, and then that would help DNR speed up the process for removing that boat before it becomes a nuisance or does any damage to nearby property, but not applying to any of the commercial boats, so that would not affect the watermen at all.
Have you talked to DNR and MDE about this?
We have run this by them.
And they're recommending legislation to repair it or to
We're
fix
getting
it?
some input from them. I don't know, has James had those discussions all the way through yet? I know we started those discussions.
We've started those discussions. We're not quite through that process yet, because obviously we're talking about waters of the state, and we don't want to impact, appropriate use of those mooring piles, but at the same time, we want to, be able to handle when people are just tying up abandoned boats, and then they sink out there, create, environmental hazards in some cases. So we're working through that process, and
I know we've had a couple of pieces of legislation in my committee the last few years on abandoned boat issues. But, and DNR supposedly was stepping up to some degree, but I guess this is more technical with the poles than it is with
Yeah, I guess they run into
just
some
sunken
problems.
boats in general that are not anchored nor tied to a pole. I guess it falls under a different category. That's why I'm
And
asking.
this is to get it before it becomes like that.
Right.
So what we did in meeting with the residents that have these issues, came up with this idea, and we said with Parks and Recs is interfacing with DNR, and said, well, let's get some draft legislation over to DNR, find out, would this help you to speed up the process for the abandoned boats, and get some feedback from them. So we wanted to raise it with you guys. We're not done yet. Talking with DNR, once we get some more information, we'll get that over to you with additional details.
Right.
And I think those residents will probably reach out to you guys as well.
Anything I can help you with, let me know, because usually that legislation's in my committee, and I work with those guys, and that's MDE involved in this too, so they're,
We didn't want to do
That's
this. I
a
mean, some
different-
of the pilings, some of those, pilings that are in there without a permit, right? We didn't want to just have them all removed because a lot of the watermen use them and they
Oh,
don't want
it's
to
gonna-
necessarily have to claim
gonna
ownership.
be a
We don't
touch-
want to go that route. We want to be able
be a
to.
touchy subject.
Yeah, so that we decided that we don't want to do it from that route, but for the recreational boat owners, that really basically, they have no reason to keep their boat there. It's one thing if you break down, you got to moor it up for temporarily while you're getting it fixed, but we have one that's been there for 11 months now. We've sent letters saying, hey, you got to, move it, you don't own that mooring, or or provide proof that that is your mooring, and they don't even respond.
Let me ask you a question, Chris. So these are probably moorings that were driven 50, 60 years ago when they didn't register the moorings, right?
Right,
I'm assuming.
exactly.
So why can't, as part of this, why don't we take the ones in question instead of locking the watermen out of them? Why don't we, as part of this, as one grandfather thing, say, okay, these moorings now belong to Queen Anne's County. They have jurisdiction over these non-registered moorings. They belong to Queen Anne's County. So then that gives us the ability to permit them to the watermen to use, but also have enforcement on them if they are used as a mooring illegally.
Once we take ownership of those, then we have responsibilities for upkeep on those, and
Been there 60 years, they're all right.
some of them may not have been there that long. Some might have been put in other times more recently without permits by
But I mean, we could
a
clean the whole
waterman
thing
who want to
up,
be
is
able
what
to
I'm
use them
saying
but
at
not
that
have to
point,
claim
right?
ownership on them.
Yeah, but couldn't we clean the whole thing up and really make?
Yeah, then we went to the problem where I don't want to take anything away from the watermen who are using them now, but then they have to come through the county to get permission to use something that they're already using. So we're trying to not impact their operations. We've had some discussions with the watermen with Trey about these issues. So we want to we're trying to approach an issue to deal with the residents' concern without impacting anything that the watermen are doing or creating more obligations for the county to have jurisdiction over. I mean, it's a good idea. Other places have done it like that, but we're trying to see if there may be a quicker path to get rid of it.
I mean, I think we could issue the Queen Anne's County Watermen's Association a carte blanche thing,
Use whatever they
because
want.
they're all members of that organization, so we could do that as a blanket permit for them. I don't know.
Is there identification on these mooring pilings at all?
Not on the pilings, no.
Had a big several-year debate over mooring buoys and I think they were anchorings up Fairleigh Creek. They went through a lot of litigation over that issue. But the poles are different. They fall under a different group.
Right.
So that's where the difference is. We got to get clarification on that. So again, if there's anything I can do to help with either one of these departments, we figure out what we're going to do legislatively or how they're going to fix it.
Appreciate it.
Let me know.
Thank you.
Okay, next initiative that we wanted to discuss is under the local finance article, Title 20, taxes and impact fees. And the purpose for this amendment would be to amend the existing impact fee law to potentially expand how impact fees that we collect by our jurisdiction could be used to finance replacement facilities, and this is primarily in the area of schools, and to maintain those facilities versus just strictly for accommodating additional capacity at those facilities. So I'm sure we all know that our enrollment numbers are relatively flat, or let's say stable at best, currently going forward, and we do have some new homes that are still being constructed here in Queen Anne's County. Those impact fees are for additional capacity by the law today. So we were hoping to use some of those dollars for replacing facilities that are outdated and or making major capital improvements for projects like that, like a new roof on a school, to use those dollars for those kind of projects as well.
Have you brought this up with Mako yet, at all? I think that, because I think looking at this would probably be a statewide bill. Right?
It would be for code counties.
Code counties?
Code counties.
Okay, is that-
So it would involve the code counties. And I don't think, we have not talked about this at Mako as of yet. But we are
I mean, charter counties, can they already do this, do you know?
I don't think so. I do not think so.
Don't think so?
I don't think so.
Okay, but you want to at least define it to code counties?
For code counties.
Talk to the other code counties about it, because obviously you need support from all of them.
We would, absolutely. Mhm.
Talked about it previously.
We
I
did.
think
We could
I think
probably.
it makes sense.
We could probably talk about it, at the winter Mako session with them, and maybe take it a little bit further, and we'll be there as well. And that'd be a good venue to bring it up with Mako as well.
See the draft.
Very good.
Lastly, we wanted to talk about some initiatives. We wanted to have some discussions with the delegation, and I see Executive Director of MDTAs has joined us back for this conversation. to talk about automated systems, cameras, if you will, to help with the enforcement of motorists riding in the red X lanes on the Bay Bridge and/or riding in the trucks and trailers over 5 tons gross vehicle weight, traveling in the contraflow lanes illegally, impeding and slowing traffic down. So this would be an amendment to the transportation article in some fashion. I don't know if we could use cameras for enforcement. I heard Commissioner Wilson talk about using those easy pass tags to issue fines. That'd be perfect, really, I think, if you could do that. But anyway, we wanted to at least have those conversations to see what could be done to help mitigate those motorists that are traveling across the bridge illegally and slowing down, traffic.
So it's 2 separate items, is what we
It is.
think it might be best to do this in 2 separate sections. And we'll start with the red X, because nothing makes people lose their minds more than sitting in a backup and somebody going blowing down the red X lane.
Closed lane.
The closed lane, cutting in. And it's my,
Is this in the packet that we're just trying to follow you?
yes, it's right underneath.
It's the very bottom.
Yeah, the very bottom.
There's no attachment, it's just the
Yeah, there's no
last
attachment with it.
section on the cover amendment. We just wanted to have that conversation.
Last paragraph.
Yeah, last paragraph.
So, MDTA, SHA has already said that the red X is like a stop sign. So when you're running through it, you're running through a stop sign, and I think it's well over, the last time I was told, I think it was well over 1,000 tickets they've written for this. So this goes, both sides of the bridge is doing this. And, 99% of the public follows it and gets over. Traffic flows smoothly, and the congestion is reduced by these red X's in the gates. So I personally feel it's working, but it's the #1 complaint we get. What can you do about this? So we want to look into putting red light cameras up, no different than what we have when you run a red light. So it's got to capture the red X, it's got to capture the vehicle. We just don't know, and the jurisdiction-wise, some of that might be in state highways right away, some of that, well, more than likely, the majority of it's going to be in state highways right away. So how we get to that point and how, you determine the fine, how you determine how you're going to enforce it, we leave that to you experts.
This is in a sense not when you're on the bridge.
Correct. There's 2 separate, right? This is,
Right, when you're driving up to a bridge
Right.
that is going through contraflow.
correct,
And you see the red X on the left-hand lane.
right,
Approaching the bridge before you do the zipper merge with.
Correct.
With their.
right,
Okay, and then you're saying, once the red X is up.
Correct.
And visible.
Right.
Or not necessarily, but once you pass under the first red X, that's essentially going through a stop sign? Is that
that's
what
correct,
you're
that's
saying?
right. Yeah, so that's correct. So how
So
we
the
do.
merge has to occur well before.
And it's documented, it tells you how far away you're gonna see it.
Right.
They've got the yellow X's and like just a yellow light, but people know what they're doing. And if they don't, then that's even worse. So, that's more of a hazard. I mean, we were talking earlier that I've seen it, Phil's seen it. Vehicles run down that red X all the way to the gate and go, oh crap, there's a gate, and they stop. Now they're stuck there, so.
Because no one will let them in.
I don't think they're surprised.
Oh, yeah, so.
I think they know.
So, so the other one is a little more complicated. The other one is, I like to I travel the bridge every day. I take the contraflow lane home every day because I like to see how many vehicles over 5 tons are sitting in the contraflow lanes. And just so you understand, they count the lanes from the north to the south. So lane 1 is all the way north, lane 2 is the middle, and lane 3. This says 1 and 3, it's 2 and 3. It's 2 and 3 in the book. So what we're looking for is and again, 99% of the people going westbound, trucks, anything over 5 tons, they get over to the right lane. But you'll have 1 or 2 that will roll right down that center lane, and you're at a closing speed of 100 miles an hour with vehicles. And then same thing in the contraflow lane going eastbound, in that 3rd lane, you'll have a lot of trucks pulling boats. Any type of trailer combination with the truck needs to be outlawed. It needs not to get in there. It should just be for vehicles. And the same thing going westbound in that lane 2, not only tractor trailers, but I can't tell you how many 5th-wheel trailers, campers are coming across that thing, and they're moving. And it's just, it's a recipe for disaster, it's only a matter of time. So if we can just keep those as just vehicles.
Far right lane.
And, you know, and how we enforce that, you know, again, it would have to be some sort of camera. I don't know, but, that's the part that's troublesome, you know.
So the north lane heading
Way
west?
further north is lane one.
One, okay, so the
2,
request,
3, 4, and 5.
so the request is to have them stay in one.
Stay in one.
Right,
Which
stay
is,
in one.
it's written differently.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, actually, that's fairly easy, because once they're on that bridge in those scenarios, they're captured. Because they can't get off the bridge without passing some kind of law enforcement, that if you've caught them in those lanes, they can't get out of those lanes, right, when they're on there.
Don't
If
get pulled
you're-
over for that.
Well, wait a minute, if you're on eastbound contraflow, right?
Yeah.
You can't move left, because then you're going to be in the center lane with traffic.
Oh, yeah, right.
So
I
once they get on the
understand.
bridge and they're in violation, you need something to trigger them.
Yeah.
You got law enforcement on the other side, they can pull them over immediately.
Well, that's the problem, is that, you know, they're understaffed. I mean, it just, you know, so
I see
there's a
MTA
camera that you,
cars out there all the time.
well, you do, but I mean, if, you know, that's something we could ask MDTA to address. I mean, you know, if it's automated, just like the Easy Pass, if it's automated, if it's a camera, the work's done. You know what I mean? And there's no interaction of pulling somebody over in traffic and everything else. It's done.
And you see the reader boards that say trucks over 5,000
Right.
lane
Question,
restrictions.
I've never noticed.
Lane
it
restrictions for those.
And if you have a sign that says that it's enforced by photo camera, then.
And possibly more signage could be the answer. I mean, you know, something, but.
What's
We've discussed this
MDTA
several,
say,
yeah.
Well, we being I, have in the Bragg meeting said, you know, we as Queen Anne's County and our delegation would like to see this move forward with some sort of, you know, ticketing, some sort of law. So they don't oppose it. And I don't want to speak out of turn.
Did Joey come up?
Director, would you like to come on up and? I don't mean to put you on the spot, but
Hear
at least
from the
you can answer some questions that,
No better place to be than on the spot.
there you go.
Thanks for hanging around.
Absolutely, Delegate, thank you. No, and I appreciate it, and the conversation here, and the continued conversation that especially Commissioner Moran and I have, and with the Bragg Committee and members as well on this. Our enforcement continues, especially for the lane violation, to be a priority, along with multiple law enforcement priorities that are always ongoing there at the MDTA Police. And we've been capturing statistics on that since, March at least of this year, especially with the ALCS gate system, and then the LUCS, the lane use control system, electronic signage that went in. 1,781 stops. 334 citations and over 3,000 warnings right now. We've been increasing and seeing an increase of that. But you're right, Commissioner. That's one of those things that we see also, and I see when I use my own vehicle, not a state vehicle, with folks that are just bypassing and they come right up to it, whether it's a work zone taper they're coming up to. But you're right, I'm comparing a advisory to a regulatory red that they shouldn't be passing through. But it just wanted to reiterate that we continue to focus on the law enforcement aspect of that from the lane enforcement, and we'll continue sitting with you and partnering and talking about the conversation here if there is an electronic component that can be introduced to support it.
Just for sake of argument, MDTA would not oppose a Red X camera system, and the approach is to take care of this. I mean, one thing's for sure, it's going to generate some revenue.
And that's where I don't want to speak out of turn on for sure, is the revenue, what we can and can't do. And please, my mea culpa in advance for my 25 years of MDOT and my 2 years now with MDTA prior with SHA. I need to have some staff look at the trust agreement for sure. I want to make sure that there isn't anything that I would specifically oppose, but if there's anything that prohibits us from, but I'm absolutely willing to make sure that there's nothing that prohibits, and if there is, unfortunately, that will be a constraint for us.
I mean, you know, we've gone through the pilot program on the Western Shore. We've put the gates up. The pilot program on the Western Shore works. Traffic goes through there 35, 40 miles an hour when it goes down to 2 lanes with the merging. So, you know, with merging into 2 lanes. But now the more people do it, the more people don't get punished more people will do it, stay in the red X lane.
And we're back to the backups. Now we're back to the
Back to
backups.
slowing down the traffic again.
To let people
And that's the
merge
whole
in.
purpose, is that the first 2 miles to the bridge, you know, if you can keep that traffic moving, it's going to act like a funnel and it's going to pull the rest of it with it, but not if vehicles keep running all the way to the end and then merging in, it slows down. So, you know, if they're not opposed to it, I'd like to definitely take a shot at this.
So what is the standard too on the tractor trailer's distance from the bridge to be in the right lane? Do you know? Because I know that causes issues, and I'm sure you've seen it is, where tractor trailer's in the left,
Yeah.
gets close enough, knows he's got to get in the right, and comes across 3 lanes. Well, nothing will slow traffic down quicker than that, you know what I mean? So is there any regs statewide that you would know of that tractor trailers approaching a restricted lane restriction that's so far back that they have to be over to, maybe we put some kind of blinking signage back to get them over before they get up into, because I'm saying from like Castle Marina up, if they're starting to do it there, that's when it's going to start to cause problems.
Should do
Anything
it from
prior
the
to that?
split in Queenstown to the bridge.
Well, I'm okay with them getting over the Narrows, but somewhere between the Narrows and, I would say, Casa Marina.
And I'm also thinking the eastbound, because eastbound, there is notifications all the way up, you know, before the Lexus dealers. There's notifications, there's some of them just.
Where does the law kick in? You know? I mean, what's that? There's got to be a distance there to give them the time to get over safely, I would think.
The gate system is completed now.
It completed in, there's still some punch list items that are going on along with some ancillary projects that are there. But specifically, yes, the gate system is fully implemented.
And is the final operating plan to continue to use the barrel markers?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we had a hearty discussion about that. Commissioner Moran and I specifically had that. One of the iterations you'll see after reducing, gosh, between 200, 500 cone to barrels, the barrels that you see out there now will remain. Being able to have that ALC, that automatic lane closure system, has so many options for deployment, but it doesn't have every. And in an instance to be ready for homeland security, evacuation, of course, weather we can plan for with a little bit of notice. But from the proactive emergency response that we at the State Highway and the Maryland Transportation Authority work with, that helps Administrator Jamie Turner and his team there at the Bay Bridge be able to readily make a quick change if needed. So I know it's not aesthetically pleasing because barrels also do translate to ongoing work still going on. We're also hopeful that the barrels, from a psychological standpoint, I have no merit behind this other than just trying to apply common reasonableness to it, that at least if we see barrels, we at least see that there's something going on versus the gate systems being kind of newer to drivers.
Okay.
So to answer your question, sir, what's out there is going to be remaining.
Okay, and then to address the red X lane, that would be on the, I guess, the faster lane, because.
Both sides of the bridge.
Yeah, but
Both sides.
if I'm looking at going westbound,
Yes.
and what we're driving, people are driving up the left lane of Route 50. So when does the first time that a vehicle encounter either a gate or a barrel? How much before the actual crossover is a gate or a barrel?
You're into the red X's before you ever hit a barrel.
Yeah.
But I was wondering how much, and
I'll have to actually.
I think it's
the
three,
linear
it's
distance.
3 red X's, I don't know. It's 3 red X's before you hit the first gate.
couldn't you, I mean, I don't want to spend more money on gates, but, I mean, your solution would
yeah.
essentially be moving additional
Yeah, I
gates
said that,
down
yeah.
as well, too, and having them come open and getting into that.
Then you'd still need that same safety distance from that gate you just put up back, right?
Yeah, but at least.
Really, that's what
At least it's a lot further away from the bridge than right at the bridge.
Correct.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
going to happen anyways, no matter where you do it.
Correct.
If you do it and you're conscious when you see the X.
I don't know, I don't think that you get a yellow back the ones before the gate, though. They're all red, so.
Yeah.
I think part of what you could do is make them first 2 yellow, like you said. If they're yellow, you know you better be doing something because it's yellow, caution. Then it's red, no bueno. You know what I mean? So but if they're all red.
Oh, they're not all red, yeah.
They are, that's what I'm saying. The first one, even before the gates, it's red. If that
You're talking
lane is
about,
closed,
you're
it's
talking about
red.
heading west.
West, yeah, that left lane, all red when they go red, or not. Yeah, they are.
Yeah, I'm confused.
They are.
Fixing two different.
I've taken, let me follow up on some specifics. I know many of us, and more so probably residents and you commissioners are using it there than I am commuting to and from Baltimore. But let me get you the actual specifics on some of that, for sure. But
How that operates.
Are you going to look into the trust fund issue?
Yes.
I mean, the trust, because I know often when we discuss legislation, that becomes an issue.
Absolutely, with the delegates talking, if just making sure that everyone knows, the MDTA is not funded out of the Transportation Trust Fund that Secretary Wiedefeld speaks of. You know, it is our own MDTA trust, is MDTA tolls and revenues, and what goes into and comes out needs to come into and come out of those facilities. So I will follow up on that, as I noted.
And then with the overweight vehicles in lane, they'd be in lane one.
Lane 2 and
they'd be
3.
in lane 2.
2 eastbound, 3 westbound, vice versa.
We do obviously have cameras already on the bridges. Is there a way to look at those cameras and at least get data to see?
How often it's happening?
Yeah.
The cameras that are there are of course CCTV cameras. The technology that's currently existing, even though there's power communications and a camera that's bringing back, is only bringing back live information. They don't have what like you would have at like an intersection of a stoplight and have like mixed use, like pedestrian, bicycle, how many axles, how many vehicles. That would be a whole different deployment. Power and comms is there, but it's not the
I was
camera.
looking at it more, not to necessarily be the vehicle that does the ticketing, but is the vehicle to provide the data to support
Request.
what you guys are asking for.
Those cameras would have to be upgraded anyway. I don't even think they're 4K.
You'd have to sit there and watch the whole thing to find, there's one.
College.
Isn't that what you volunteered for?
Jim wants to do that.
Our counters.
It's a
can
job
do
for
that.
Chris.
So our counters can do it, so they could use similar technology to our counters. Our counters differentiate between tractor trailers and everything else, so.
But I don't know if they'll differentiate between a pickup truck pulling a boat or
I think this is
fifth
gonna be a
wheel.
walk
Yeah.
before you, or a crawl before you walk, because
Understood.
I
Yeah,
don't think you're
I
gonna tell
don't
all the
disagree.
campers and all that, you guys gotta get over there and for the tractor
Well,
trailer.
it could very well just be signage, out there, and like I said, 95% of the people will follow it, and then you just got those ones that won't, so.
Because they're not illegal, they're not
Right.
over 5 ton right now, so
Right.
they're not even looking at that sign, and it doesn't
The
mean.
combination weight might put them up, over it, so.
I don't know, I used to drag a camper, and I bet I only hit, yeah, I wasn't over, because I could travel in all lanes up in the Jersey Turnpike, and they will pull you over up there. Even if they suspect you're over, they'll pull you over, so.
Real quick, just because you mentioned lane 3 again. Lane 3 is only in use in this scenario when
Eastbound.
the other 2 lanes are going east, that full bridge.
The other 2 lanes are going west.
And then they're letting a bigger vehicle on the contraflow bridge, which is the.
And it's not that they're letting, it's just if somebody gets in that lane and realizes that now I can't get over, they get on.
When we used to talk about it, they had to go through the toll booth first, right?
Yes.
And that's what ended up happening. The trucks went all the way to the right
Right,
anyway.
right.
So again, we're forced over there.
Going across.
Right.
Now sitting in the left lane on Route 50, going
Even though the
eastbound
signage
anyways,
tells them to move over.
and they
Yeah.
get caught over there. And they're
Right.
going-
Is it on eastbound too? Did they have a sign that tells them to move?
Yeah. Back though,
Eventually,
back, I mean, it's not
just
right at the,
enforce it over
maybe a mile back, yeah.
Yeah.
Back and forth.
So it could, I mean,
I've
it could
been
be
behind
signage.
tractor trailers heading east on the westbound span, contraflow. And there's a tractor trailer in that lane, and I'm thinking.
I mean, I honestly, Saturday morning, I was
Seen
coming
two
back
of
from my
them, like
office at
one in the
9:30 in the
middle and one
morning.
going contraflow.
A little before 9:30, and I was in the contraflow lane in the summertime traffic, and I'm telling you, somebody stopped, and I hit the brakes, pickup truck behind me was pulling a trailer, and he couldn't stop, and he pulled right out into oncoming traffic. The only reason he didn't get in an accident, because there was no oncoming traffic at that present time. Otherwise, he would have nailed him, big time. In 2 weeks, I saw 3 collisions in the contraflow lane. 3. And they were all pickup trucks, all cars, but no trucks, but, that was, yikes.
So to the commissioner's point, Mr. Director, a pickup truck with a trailer shouldn't be in the middle lane either. So it should really just be for cars. Philadelphia has a system where they have a lane, it's a sign, it says cars only with just an arrow. And it's multiple, it's a mile or two before the bridge and on the bridge. So that would alleviate any other car, any other vehicle, whether an RV, a semi, or a pickup truck in landscaping, they'll stay in the right lane. That's what his
That's a good
point
point.
is.
That's, yeah,
Or only.
yeah, cars only. That's not a bad idea.
But then you get into the,
But again, you're going to clear
You have a pickup.
99% of them.
Pickup with trailer,
well, he's got to pick up without a trailer. Is he a car?
Well, the first sign says cars only, the next sign says no trucks and trailers, and the
Right.
third one says cars only, and you can't make it any clearer than that, so. It's clear as mud.
just for the record,
Right.
You'll have
Enough
somebody that
room
doesn't
to
do
say,
that.
get a bigger screen.
Mr. Director, we lost a volunteer fireman on the Bay Bridge because the trailer came off and he couldn't stop, and it killed him. That was 20 years ago, but the point is, if that guy would have been in the right lane, that fireman wouldn't have died.
Thank you for the suggestion on the signage and the example from Philadelphia.
If you start it to the Commissioner Wilson's point, back at that was miles back, trucks, RVs, trailers, only in the right lane, they'll get it. They'll get it, and then the ones that don't, we ticket them with a camera.
A lot of this is conditioning, and I know in traffic, everything is conditioning, whether there's construction, if people get conditioned to the construction, got to be in the right lane to get conditioned to that, but it takes time. I mean, even all the pilot stuff, 6 more weekends of that, people would have known how to navigate it, and you wouldn't have heard a peep, because they would have understood how it went.
Right now.
Let's see, I didn't have any other ones, those were the two for the bridge. Anybody else have any?
No, but just to comment, I didn't want to jump in when we were doing it, but Mako is having a conversation about the impact fees already. It didn't make it as an initiative this year, but there's a larger conversation because of most of the new comp plans have addressed growth into municipalities that aren't subject to impact fees, APFO, or any of that kind of stuff right now, other than what's locally there, and it's not enough. If you're pushing growth there, like in Queen Anne's, we're a prime example, all our schools are in those areas, and they're going to get overrun quickly, and the rest of the county taxpayers are going to be on the hook for those houses that were built without any real money coming back for the infrastructure. So it's touchy because there's certain jurisdictions, and I'm sure you gentlemen are familiar with which ones will raise some hell about that you're being unfair about how you're imposing those fees, but let's face it, schools are a reality, roads are a reality. I mean, you got to pay your fair share.
Go to Sussex County, Delaware, the people were there before the infrastructure, and it's a disaster. Yeah.
I mean,
And it's not for
and that's where we're heading. If you're going to push all that development, especially for affordable housing where you need density, back into where there's utilities, which in Queen Anne's County, we only have certain areas that have utilities available, which just happens to be by the towns and up in Stevensville and all. You're doing exactly what you're saying. You're going to push them there without the infrastructure being there and without having the money up front to do it. You're going to create a bad situation here in the future, especially for schools. And with Kerwin and all that, I mean, we all know the impact of that, so.
Speaking of which,
Look at me.
is there any relief on the horizon for Corwin? How's Kent gonna handle it?
Yeah, so, I can, here's my suggestion for Kent. Apparently, there was a very productive meeting that Kent County had in Mako, and I talked to you about it, because I wanted your feedback. I knew that you were gonna be there, and I say productive in the sense that it drew more interest than just Kent County, and some of the counties on the shore. Apparently, it was attended by other folks from even the Western Shore, and so it got the attention, and I think that there were a lot of notes that were certainly taken from that meeting. It was good. My suggestion has been that Kerwin's not going anywhere, obviously. We fought it as hard as anybody could have ever fought it, but the problem was around number 2-1, obviously, and the bill passed. And I've gotten to know a lot of people. Obviously they're very much involved in the implementation of Kerwin, and not a single person wants to see anybody fail. They don't want to see Kent County fail. They don't want to see Queen Anne's County fail. So my suggestion is let's do what we can do. And in some cases, I know in Caroline and Cecil, for the first pillar, for example, just throwing one example out there for the 3-year-old pre-K. Most of the schools, with the exception of Kent, really doesn't have the space for an entire new grade. So what they would have to do is put portable classrooms. And you don't want to put 3-year-olds in a portable classroom. And we already have portable classrooms all over the state of Maryland. So that's really not a solution. So what we're doing is we're partnering with our community action agencies who deal with Head Start. And for Caroline and Queen Anne's and Hartford County, it's MRDC. And so they've sort of forged a partnership between the school superintendents and the school boards with MRDC. They have the space, they have the transportation infrastructure in place already. The challenge that they have is hiring teachers, which the school systems are having a challenge with that too. But again, because they're partnering with the LEAs, they have that together. And so there's some legislation. I'm meeting with Julie Plakovich-Carr this Thursday to talk about legislation. 2 weeks ago, I met with Stephanie Smith. She's the Education Subcommittee Chair on appropriations because they're going to need about $6 million more in the operating budget to help cover that. And the challenge is that the LEAs can't help them with money. So we got to put some legislation that's going to change Kerwin so that way the boards can help, facilitate this financially. And also we have to address some of the credentialing pieces as well. So what we're doing is, and they're going to help, I'm guessing, because they're the ones who passed this bill. And obviously if they don't, then we pretty much pinned them into a corner. So they really do have to help us. So again, going back to my suggestion is do as much as we possibly can, then ask for help. And the help's going to be in the way of waivers. And so I asked Dr. Couch on my way out, I'm like, can you just give me a list of all the waivers so far that you guys have had to apply for? Because that's the list of things that they really can't do. And I will say that most of the Eastern Shore counties, the biggest one is that $60,000 a year starting salary. And I asked her the question in the meeting too. I'm like, well, did you guys account for compression wages? Because obviously that's a big deal. That's correct. You got to calculate for that as well. And that's a huge burden. And that was really the difference between Montgomery County and us, is the fact that their cost of living is already high, so they probably had to start their teachers out at $60,000 a year, and in order to be able to attract anybody to come to Montgomery County because the cost of living is so high. So they have a disproportionate advantage over us in those regards. So that's what we're going to have to continue to do, is constantly ask for waivers. And we're not alone in that. And if they start not giving waivers, then at some point, these counties are going to have to come together. And it can't just be one county to say, you know what, we're not going to fund maintenance of effort because we just can't afford it.
Yeah, we just voted to put a letter together. All 24 counties have signed on to it with all those concerns you just stated, plus the one that is an unintended consequence of Kerwin that a lot of people overlooked is the fact that, and you just brought the point up, is Montgomery County already pays their teachers $60,000 a year. Well, if you want to recruit teachers into areas where you're having trouble getting teachers and they're making $60,000 here, are they going to go work in Somerset for $60,000 or go to Baltimore City for $60,000? So what's going to happen is jurisdictions like Montgomery County, Baltimore City, they're going to wind up having to pay $80,000. They weren't prepared to pay the $60,000, much like most of the other counties weren't. So they're in the same boat we are. They're going to have to raise their salaries $20,000 from 60 to 80 because they're already at 60, while we're going to 60. So it's across the board. And I agree with you 100%. Those large counties, they're getting ready to negotiate their teacher contracts. It's going to come home to roost for a lot of them, and they're seeing it. So there's going to be a change. It's put the brakes on. Everything in Kerwin from the policy side has got a lot of good intentions in it. The problem was the fiscal side didn't match what the policy was requiring. So
Make a genuine effort there. We got to make a genuine
we
effort.
will, and we have. We're on pace for the $60,000 salaries right now. I mean, we've set ourselves up. We made that conscious decision 3 years ago that we would stay on pace to get there. But not every county was as fortunate as we are. And I've talked to other, executives, commissioners around the state through MACO, and that's what they're saying. They're saying, hey, we can make it this year. We can make it next year. That next year, but and the argument is, well, it's a 10-year program, so you can't just say, oh, I'm only going to do 3 years of it and then opt out. So everybody's got to work together to get. If you're going to go 10 years, you got to go 10 years.
One of the genuine efforts that we're making too, I think, outside the box, and Senator Hershey just reminded me, was our CTE provision. We can check that box off.
And that's
I
a
haven't
great part of it, because that's going to eliminate some of the congestion at our high schools here, because we'll be able to take students in crowded high schools and put them in another location and, you know, and create the career paths and things like that that we have been working for. So
You're taking your career and tech building off of the capital improvement plan for your school system as well. So it's a win-win in so many different ways. And again, that's one of our efforts that we're making toward the implementation of Kerwin. So we're doing a lot of really good things. And I think that we have to constantly remind, you know, the entire state that we're there, we're committed to doing what we can, but there's certain things that we just can't. And also too, we did a little research on the consequences of not funding Kerwin and not funding maintenance of effort. So if the LEAs are implementing the blueprint and whatever they can't do, the MSDE is granting them waivers, then that accountability piece is done through the AIB.
Right.
And if they're not making it an effort and they're not getting waivers and there's certain pieces that they're not, then it'll be the AIB that will automatically, and it's not even, I think it's basically formula based. I don't think anybody's sitting at a desk saying, hey, you know what, we'll take their money but not theirs. It'll be the AIB that will actually cut the funding for the school board and the local school systems. However, if the local governing body doesn't fund maintenance of effort, then it'll be the comptroller's office that will actually intercept your income tax revenue. And yeah, so as you guys know, the comptroller's office does all your income tax collection, and they remit that back to you guys. So they have the option of intercepting that money. Now, they've never done it before, and I know Brooke Lehrman fairly well. I can't imagine that. I mean, you have to be really dire circumstances. You'd have to be pretty egregious for her to do that, I would imagine. She's very, very, you know, policy-wise, we disagreed often, but I will say that she's not a callous person. I will say that.
So one thing I'd like you guys this year to focus on, because we got 2 years to do it, is the cliff, the 2027 cliff. When, in the case of Queen Anne's County, okay, to date, if you're going to hold our money on education, we get $1.3 million. That's not going to break our back. Other counties that get a lot more from the state, yes. But in 2027, we're due about $4.7 million because we're supposed to get that bump to make up for that, the state's portion of getting to $60,000 teacher salaries. So this past year, we were cut by, about $900,000, Todd, from what we were proposed to get from the state, for no apparent reason other than they use the true student population. We're still basing on the 2019 numbers, which is about 300 students difference, okay? But when that 2027 comes, and we're budgeting around that, because that's what we are consciously doing, we're saying, oh, we're rooting for the state to give us that 3.5, but I don't know what you're hearing over there, but what I'm hearing is the state's they're not going to be able to do that 100%. So we're all going to be sitting here going, okay, now we've got to backfill what the state promised us. Wouldn't be the first time, but you know, if you guys could just keep us up to date on where that's going, and if it's going to get off the rails, we need to know sooner than later, because we have to make preparations for it.
Good idea, hopefully before session starts. Hopefully, really, we have a meeting, Senator Hirsch and I do, we're both on the Spending Affordability Committee. And that's where we're going to know where our revenue projections are, how much money we're going to have to spend. And then when we're briefed, we're going to know, where our revenue projections are going in. And also, too, we're going to be, and I believe that meeting's in person, I think. So we have an opportunity to talk to our colleagues on the other side to see where they plan to go in regards to revenue. If they're going to completely fund Kerwin, I don't see any other way. I mean, unless the economy does a complete 180, they're going to have to raise taxes. I don't know where I don't see, the state just doesn't have the money to continue work. I mean, unless they make cuts, in
You need
other
a whole
parts
lot
of the
more
budget.
gambling or pot smoking, right?
Yeah, they don't have it in their DNA to cut programming, especially social programs. So they're gonna look at new taxes, and we'll have a better idea, I think, before we go into session about what their plan is in regards to tax increases.
Is any of this tied to outcomes for our kids?
What's interesting is we
spend, it doesn't matter how much you spend, study of the education that the child's got to
his
get.
caucus and our caucus in both the House and the Senate, when we were fighting Kerwin, we're like, we asked exactly the same question. We're going to spend $35 billion over 10 years, above and beyond record spending every single year anyway on education. And so we want outcomes. We want to make sure that, at least some of these kids in Baltimore City are scoring proficient in math, right? I mean, we got to have some kind of bump in at least test scores. And so they're like, oh yeah, the last part of Kerwin, the last pillar is going to be accountability. We're like, oh, that's great, that's great. Well, guess what? There is no accountability. The only accountability is that you're doing your job and the school board's doing their job in implementing Kerwin. That's the only accountability piece. That's not what we were talking about. We were talking about actual outcomes. And no, there's nothing, has nothing to do with outcomes.
No, like if you're talking about like test scores and all, no.
Nothing to do with student education.
It has goals for, they're just goals. So it's the interesting, that's the part, again, that we argued that, why are the outcomes and achievement just goals, but the spending is mandated? And didn't seem to make sense either, if you're not getting the type of results. But, interesting, one that we fought was that not the teachers union, but if you talk to teachers themselves, the number one concern was not pay, it was classroom environment. And they wanted to have more control and to be able to be backed up to have the classroom environments that they felt was necessary in order to teach what they wanted to do. And the teachers union, again, pushed that aside as well too, and just essentially said, well, if we give them more money, they'll learn to deal with the classrooms. That's where we are with that.
Todd, I was fortunate enough to be with Todd and his fellow and his female county administrators just a week ago this Friday, right? Yeah, last Friday, and the guest speaker that they had, timely, was Rachel Hayes to talk about the AIB and what they're doing and all that. And there were some pretty hard questions coming from all jurisdictions, and I was surprised a lot of the harder ones were coming from PG County, Montgomery County, addressing a lot of what we're talking about from the bigger county's perspective. And I would say she was a little flustered in some of her answers where she didn't really have an answer for and kind of danced around it. So
actually, that's the one big change that we've seen over the last few years is that when Kerwin was first implemented, it was the smaller counties coming back immediately and saying, how do we fund this? Or, looking ahead and saying, we simply can't generate enough revenue to comply with this. Fortunately, now the bigger counties are recognizing that as well too. And that's when we'll start to see some type of changes. And again, I don't think we're going to see a broad change, but I think we are going to see the ability to focus on priorities, to focus on the things that you may be able to accommodate rather than just saying.
Whole package, parts of the package.
I just think the bigger counties are recognizing too that they can't do everything in it.
that point, Senator, I discussed it with Delegate Grist about that, is you have low-hanging fruit out there. Get rid of the restricted funds.
That's right.
Release the restricted funds. Let the LEAs deal with the restricted funds where they need to put the money. We don't need $1.5 million surplus in our ESL account and not be able to touch it for other things that we need, because we have transportation issues. We have more miles to cover that cost more for bus drivers, to pay bus drivers and things like that. We should have the flexibility to move that money from this account over to this account to help offset some of those costs. And Montgomery County probably has different needs in that because they have mass transit, so they don't have the bus need, you know what I mean? So if we had that flexibility, if you talk to the LEAs, they'll tell you the same thing. If they had some of that, that would be a great help right now.
Our meeting that we just had with Kent County, it was actually a really good update for us. And if you guys may already been updated by your blueprint coordinator, and just that we all know specifically where Queen Anne's County is challenged. One of the questions I asked Dr. Couch on the way out, I was like, if you can just give us a list of the waivers, because they actually apply for different waivers for each of the different requirements through Kerwin, and that'll give you at least an idea of where their struggles really are when it comes to implementation. But actually, I thought that update was actually very good.
I want to go over the priority projects real quick.
We can.
Yeah. I think you guys have that in there. The first one is Chesapeake Bay Environmental Center. Again, everybody here is pretty familiar with what they do there and the amount of students they receive every year. I thought they told me between 11 and 12,000. This is an outdoor classroom that is probably 25% complete. They just can't get over the hump. So The roof is going on. Hopefully here, by the end of November, the roof will be on, to be dried in, but to complete the bathrooms, the kitchen, and the classroom space. They're doing their best to raise money, but they need an additional $325,000 to complete that project. And
Be complete, so they wouldn't come back for more money now,
Correct.
next year if they get the
That's right.
325? Okay.
That's correct,
All right.
right. It'll be the end of it, so I'm with you there.
Yeah,
And-
obviously, we've been very supportive of CBEC in the past and being able to provide some of these initial grants, and we'll certainly try our hardest on this. The reoccurring question keeps being the operating expenses. We've been able to get some money through education program to help them out, but, one of the I guess, part of the rationale for having this outside pavilion was they could generate additional revenue coming in by having events out there.
Correct.
Are you guys, as the commissioners, comfortable that, this continued investment is going to lead them to be more financially solvent in their business operations?
I think so. I think that, they stumbled and made some mistakes in the beginning with some of the things that they did do and got way out ahead of their revenue sources in spending. So, they've been able to reel it back in. That's why this project is sitting there. I mean, it was ambitious, but, they need the classroom space, but on the same token, they've got this far along to get them past, to the goal line. And there is no other projects out there. So from here moving forward, they have the facility they need to do what they want to do. And I think the county, we're going to be running sewer out there too to help them with their bathroom additions, which
I know
will.
you guys have been great partners
Yeah.
with them as well, too.
Yeah.
So,
Well, and again,
we all wanna
that's
see
supposed to be a
succeed.
stop to on our Cross Island Trail. It's supposed to get in there, and, I mean, it's a beautiful facility, and
How much money do you guys have in this project, the county commissioners?
in
If
this
you were
project here,
consider, yeah.
about 100,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so this is, I guess, typically a plan, that what we'll do is we'll look for 175 out of the House, 175 in the Senate, in the miscellaneous section of the budget, I think is what our plan's probably going to be.
The next one's a pedestrian bridge crossing, which is, all the commissioners here agree strongly with this. It's been long enough. We want to get these trails connected, and for safety and for tourism and just for the citizens to have someplace they don't have to get out or near the highway. So, we've got some grants right now for the engineering and looking at the feasibility of it. And actually, that's what this is for, $3 million in funding to move forward with engineering and design. The Parks has done a survey asking the public, where would you like to have this crossing? And, that was answered, Steve Chanley can tell you better back there. So it's between, I hate to use the Cracker Barrel as the direction, but between basically the Cracker Barrel and Stevensville Middle School, or up by the inn over into Terrapin Park. So, those are the two main ones. I know the state was talking about, the Route 8 overpass and painting some lines, but we're all against it. It's just, as you know, that Route 8 overpass is crash city. I mean, it's just accident after accident and just.
For navigating pedestrians around the exchanges too, which I.
Exactly, yeah.
Is another consideration with this too, Jim, I just thought of, since we just had that big meeting here, is where the new replacement bridge would land, as to we build this and then it may be in the middle of where that would land, so.
No,
maybe
because
for-
we'd never go on MDTA's property.
That's, all I'm saying is maybe the Cracker Barrel should be the preferred site, because the closer you get to where the bridge is gonna land, you run that risk, my thing, that's all I'm thinking.
You talked about, the widening of 50
To accommodate whatever's gonna happen
all of a
right
sudden
there.
the overpass is now.
Terrapin, I mean,
down.
literally Terrapin's right there. That's
First
just
off,
it.
well, a couple of things there. SHA and MDTA would have to sign off on any overpass, so where it goes. And what you're talking about for the realignment, where this would go would be it would be on SHA's property, not MDTA's approach. So it's far enough back out of the way where it'd be closer to the Route 8 overpass than it would be to the bridge.
I thought the Route 8 overpass, there was gonna be some changes to that.
There is.
There would have to be changes to that
There
anyway.
is,
so.
right.
I'm just
It's a
thinking
different-
further back. It's out
Yeah, no,
of
no.
the direct line of fire.
His response, he said an interim solution, and I think that kind of meant that, you have to consider, what type of changes are going to occur with a new crossing.
Right.
And, do you want a
Right.
big investment into doing something now that doesn't necessarily
Correct.
fit in with that plan?
And
Or has to come.
our discussion with them, they wouldn't let that happen. So we're not going to put it where it shouldn't be.
Okay, I mean-
Yeah,
But I think we take a look at both locations.
absolutely.
And you mentioned that to them before. I agree. I don't think just trying to use Route 8 overpass and figure out how to
That was
tie
line
this.
painting.
No, it wasn't, I didn't think.
That didn't sound too good.
The way to look at it. But we'll continue to push it. You say 3 million is for engineering design. Do you have an estimate of what the entire cost would be on something?
No, that's where the engineering and design will tell us.
Give us a-
And I, again, I mean, I'm going by people smarter than me that say this is the cost, but I look at all those pedestrian bridges in Anne Arundel County and Prince George's County, they don't cost nowhere near this, so.
We have a
But-
few of them around the state. so
Yeah.
It's
I
nothing
mean, look at the
new.
one, 197 in Collin, I mean, that,
The Leo Greenford.
yeah,
Greenford.
yeah, I mean, that's, and it's still there, rocking and rolling, so,
There's a nice one in Bowie, too.
yeah.
That's the one we're
That's what we're talking about, yeah, yeah. Actually, there's two there, too, one over 50 and one over 197, so. Complete historic courthouse renovation, and that's, as you can see, that, it's expensive, but it's needed. I mean, we have the oldest courthouse, and we want to keep the oldest courthouse, and we want to continue to use it. And that one, the total cost is 15 million, but I think we were looking for, 8 million over the next 2 years to get that completed. So that's the courthouse. The connecting the county to public water systems, Kent Narrows to the Graysonville. And that one, Todd, where's it?
That one
$4 million.
is, we're seeking $4 million to make the connection from the Kent Narrows back down to the Graysonville water treatment plant by the Graysonville Elementary School to connect all of our water systems together. So just this year, we initiated the project on the other side of the Narrows, actually from Castle Marina up to the shopping center, to get that link done to the water plant in Stevensville. So this would link the final section of the water systems in the KNS&G service area together comprehensively.
I'll let you, Todd, do the last two, the connector and the beach road.
Okay, sure. Yeah, the next one is Thompson Creek Connector Road, and this is a service road connection that we're trying to make. Part of this roadway has already been completed. It starts right across from the Bay Bridge Airport entrance, and we've acquired the right-of-way up to the back of the Target shopping center there. So we want to make this connection, this roadway connection, up through to the service road, and this kind of goes hand in hand with somewhat hand in hand with the trail extension and the overpass over Route 50. But this would allow for folks to get to the shopping center without going across the Route 8 overpass, and provide another avenue for them to get over to the shopping centers there on Kent Island. So another great project there, and we're looking for $1.8 million to move forward with engineering design drawings for the Thompson Creek Connector Road section. And any other comments you wanted to make on that, Commissioners?
No, that's
Thompson Creek
Nice
Connector.
to have.
Okay.
Yeah. Something that's been in our plans for a very long time, so we're getting close. And the last one is Beach Road. It's a causeway revetment upgrade. This is currently a private road in the community of Kent Island Estates. This area, we've extended public sewer to these properties down there, but this roadway it's Beach Road. It's right on the Chesapeake Bay. We've invested some money to do the design work, for those folks down there, but the total estimated cost for construction to provide a hardened revetment along that shoreline behind a new public street is over $1 million. So we were looking for some assistance there for the community down there to complete that roadway and provide ingress and egress to their properties in Kent Island Estates.
Some of these may not be obvious. I mean, they're obviously budget concerns. They might not be necessarily appropriate for the legislative bond request process, or what we call bond bills. But I would imagine, especially the last one, we've seen numbers of pieces of legislation that have looked to areas that see consistent flooding and deterioration of roads. And I think that there's a fund set up for that, or a way to lock down revenue from that. We can take a look and see what
Sure.
that is.
Yeah, any
But
suggestions would
I
be helpful.
think, there's a number of ways that we can, we'll have to look at all of these requests and see if we can find the right funding source to
There might be some
see if we
federal
can
funding
help.
available for some of
Yeah.
this stuff, too.
I mean, the courthouse, I know I'm sure you've looked at MHT and everything else around, you know,
Strategic demolition funding or something like that. No, I'm not saying well, it's actually the opposite. When you say it sounds like strategic demolition, you want to tear it down. Actually, that money is generally used to preserve neighborhoods as well. They use it a lot in Baltimore City, actually. So,
Strategic demolitions, yeah. That's, okay, that's an interesting one.
They should probably put prevent somewhere in there.
Preventative, yeah.
so the question I have for you guys is, typically we get, 20, $25 million a year for our entire delegation, or our entire, all 4 counties in our district. Is there, I know that you're asking to choose between 2 of your kids here. I know it's hard. They're going to ask us to prioritize too. They do it every year. Is there some projects that if you were to tell us, like, this is the one we really absolutely need, or 2 that?
or if you want to think about it.
Yeah, we can, yeah,
You know,
throw a bunch of spot, yeah.
At some time, we're going to
Ask us to
help,
prioritize.
ask for help.
They're going to ask us to prioritize.
They're going to
be
ask.
asked.
They ask us, yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
And hopefully maybe by that time we can look at other potential revenue sources that are out there and maybe knock 1 or 2 down a little bit.
Fair enough. Yep, I agree.
Yeah, we'd like to know like by December, right?
But we'll track all of these.
Good to see you by Thanksgiving then. How about that? Thanksgiving. All right, very good. Anyone else have anything for the delegation? Well, once again, guys, you're fighting a good fight. Keep it up. Appreciate everything you do for us. Yeah.
Thank you all as well, too. Thanks for everything.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Going into closed session.
All right, we're going to bring this meeting back to order.
Okay, welcome to the Queen Anne's County Commissioners meeting. This is a public meeting aired live on our local cable television station, QACTV 7. These media broadcasts provide county citizens an opportunity to watch and review our scheduled public meetings. In addition to our live audience this evening, we are providing remote options for citizens to watch and participate in county commissioner meetings. Citizens may watch our meeting live on our website at qac.org/live or on our television channel, Breezeline Channel 7 and High Definition Channel 507. Citizens may also participate by joining the live Zoom meeting by going to qac.org/public comment. Citizens may also email comments to publiccomment@qac.org. Comments received will be summarized during the press and public comment period on this evening's agenda. We acknowledge everyone's participation, and by attending, you acknowledge that the session is both recorded and aired. Press and public comment will be taken and is limited to 3 minutes per person. If you do care to speak, please sign the information sheet on the outside on the lobby. Comments longer than 3 minutes can be submitted in writing for the Commissioner's review. We will now stand and be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by Commission President Jim Moran.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing. We're going to have a moment of silence. Queen Anne's County just lost one of our greats, and before I do the moment of silence, I just want to tell you a little about Charles Nesbitt. So he was born in 1931. Coach Nesbitt, as he was known, developed a love for athletics. After graduating from college in 1954, Coach Nesbitt went to the United States Army, serving honorably for 3 years. Coach Nesbitt began working for Queen Anne's County Public Schools in 1959. He led Queen Anne's County High School to the first ever Bayside Championship, and he started the indoor track program in 1979, and he continued to coach until 1995, well after he retired from teaching. Coach Nesbitt passed away yesterday, so we just want to have a moment of silence for him. Thank you.
All right, Commissioners, that brings us to today's agenda. So our agenda for tonight's meeting, October 24th, along with the regular session minutes and the Sanitary Commission minutes from the October 10th meeting have all been circulated for review. Do we have any additions or corrections?
Motion to approve the agenda and minutes as submitted.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? So moved.
All right, thank you, Commissioners. We just held a closed session under the General Provisions Article 3305B3 to discuss land acquisition and Article 3305B8 to discuss potential litigation. And I do believe there is one motion we want to cover.
I move to execute to authorize the county attorney to enter into the legal services agreement with Grant and Eisenhofer, PA, and further authorize staff to opt out of the proposed class action settlement with both 3M and EJ DuPont de Moores.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this topic? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved.
All right, thank you, Commissioners. That brings us to the first press and public comment period. So we appreciate all citizens for taking the time to express views to the County Commissioners. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments longer than 3 minutes may be submitted in writing. This commission respects your desire and right to convey your message freely. When you come forward, please speak clearly at the standing microphone, state your name, your address, and your topic of interest. And in keeping with the dignity of our office, we ask that all views be expressed in a respectful and civil manner.
First on the list is Teresa Earhart.
Greetings, Commissioners and staff. Tonight, I would like to voice my concerns once again regarding the proposed landfill. I may sound like an emotional speaker, but I have unveiled many facts and many errors that should stop this process now. And I've asked myself repeatedly that if the landfill was coming within 1,500 feet of one of your homes, laws and regulations have changed since the purchase of the property in 91. And why are they being? Your 2004-14 waste management plan, as we have well known, contains the constraint regulations of no homes less than 1,500 feet and no potable wells less than 2,500 feet from the border of a landfill. All of our lots in our subdivision of Shrewsbury Farm Lane is in that less than category. So I'm going to hold up 3 platted maps. These are all signed by necessary governmental entities showing the final approval of the 24 residential lots for our subdivision. The dates start February 11, 2005, February, I've lost my place, to June 2006, and you will note here that on these, where you see my green circle, the proposed landfill is already mentioned on the lot right next to our subdivision, but was ignored. It seems like something questionable has taken place, and I don't know what it is. All the agencies approved this subdivision going in. I also want to know how much tax money has been spent. Almost $500,000 was approved at the MAS board meeting September 28th of this year. Almost $500,000 to contract for the Phase 2 report, okay? Yet your December 13, 2022 notes, your meeting notes say that the MDE, check your notes, received the Phase 2 geology and hydrology report for the, quote, proposed landfill. So is this report being done twice? I don't know. I plead to stop wasting money on the illegal location and put those funds into a new location that will adhere to your regulations. So we are in the process of establishing a concerned citizens committee with property owners from both within our subdivision and outside. We would like to meet with a group of county commissioners in the very near future to try to solve the problem. Clearly, there's only one solution, and that is to find a new site that will not negatively impact the citizens of your county and adheres to the laws that you have made. Thank you very much. And I will leave my notes, pictures, drawings, so that you can review, because it's always evidential. Thank you.
Anna, I don't want to mess up your last name. What's your last name? Weller, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Anna Queller. I live at 129 Grays Pond Lane. My topic tonight is Midshore 3. The county in its 2022 comprehensive plan, pages 3-21, recommends regarding the Midshore landfill strategy. The county will continue to assess the feasibility of the siting of Phase 3. The 2022 comprehensive plan was an update to the county's 2010 comprehensive plan, which states on page 8-11, the following criteria should be used when conducting a feasibility study for locating the Midshore Regional Solid Waste Facility 3 within Queen Anne's County. Compliance with state and federal permitting requirements. Detailed procedures for locating a new facility and level 1, 2, and 3 screening as outlined in the Queen Anne's County Comprehensive Solid Waste Plan 2004 to 2014. Meet environmental objectives, technical objectives, and social and public policy objectives. Protection of water resources in sensitive areas, groundwater aquifer protection, groundwater and well setbacks, floodway and floodplain protection and setbacks, and distance from surface waters, especially Tier 2 waterways. Distance from existing residential development, distance from existing community facilities such as schools and similar uses, distance from county and town planning areas and minimal impact on towns with respect to travel access routes, impact on transportation systems, distance from parks and natural areas, and size of facility to meet disposal and transfer needs of current population and future population. Regarding the level 1, 2, and 3 screening procedures, the county's 2015 to 2025 comprehensive solid waste plan is identical to that of the 2004 to 2014 plan, that the criteria in the comprehensive plan referred to. Page 70 of the 2015-2025 solid waste plan states, first level screening identifies all inherent constraints which would not allow a solid waste management site at a particular location due to conditions that render the site unacceptable for future investigation. First level screening criteria shall include all of the constraints identified below in table 4-1. Shall include. Number 5 in table 4-1 states, new solid waste disposal facilities shall be horizontally located a minimum of 1,500 feet from the nearest home, 25 feet from a potable water supply that is used for human consumption. There are numerous residential homes, all which use well water, that are less than 25 feet from the Harper Road site property lines. Therefore, the Harper Road site is rendered unacceptable for further investigation according to the county's own site selection process for Midshore 3 Regional Solid Waste Facility. I am requesting that you, the county commissioners, review this primary source material. Respectfully, thank you.
Thank you. David Earhart.
David Earhart. I live in the Shrewsbury Farm subdivision. Gentlemen, ma'am. In following up with Anna, the Queen Anne's County Land Development Use and Development Code, Title 18, adopted in January 2004. It states that there is currently does not permit a solid waste disposal in any zoning in Queen Anne's. Title 18 does allow an exemption for public use services, but that exemption requires 4 steps. First one being county staff solid waste advisory committee conduct a joint planning session and rank all sites that are available for further analysis. I would like to see that list. County staff, step 2, county staff will conduct an open public meeting participation to allow community input into this. The county commissioners and the solid waste advisory committee shall oversee and arrange this meeting. I would like to know if this meeting was held. The final site selection, step 3, will be made by the county commissioners based on the overall evaluation outlined herein with the recommendations of the Planning Commission, Solid Waste Advisory, and public opinion. This waiver is spelled out very specifically in Queen Anne Land Use Development Code, Title 18, 18.1, TAC 15, Public Services. If the planning director receives the written consent of the county administrator, after the planning director, county administrator, planning commission have all examined reasonable alternatives and have made a written determination that no reasonable alternative exists, the public use waiver may be used. I would like to see this waiver. I have not been able to find it. I have submitted a public information request using your forms to get that waiver. I would like to see it. If it cannot be produced, I do not see how we can proceed with this. Thank you.
Ms. Schaefer?
Good evening, Commissioners.
Pull it down.
I think I've got
There
it.
you go.
I think, yes, you hear me? Okay. My name is Eileen Schaefer, and I live also in the Shrewsbury Farm community. My husband and I built our retirement home there in 2022. My home and my well is less than 2,500 feet from the proposed solid waste landfill in Queen Anne's County. According to the documents, this landfill has been in the works as a 3-county and then a 4-county cooperative venture since the 1990s and early 2000s. Shrewsbury Farm as a community was established by Cal Gray in 2005 and 6 and on. As you can see, well after the conversations and plans were moving forward for this landfill. Just so you are aware, the value of the homes in Shrewsbury Farm surpassed the average home in Queen Anne's County by about 40 or 50%. So I must ask myself, why in the world would the county approve the community after it had already set the plans in motion to put a 200-foot tall landfill right next to it? On top of that, it was a planned community set up to be one of the more expensive communities in the area. Why would this community be approved? I can only come up with two answers. Either the left hand didn't know what the right hand was doing, which I can understand. That sort of thing kind of happens. Happens in lots of organizations. Happens in my house. Or the managers of this county, these county commissioners right here, just don't care. But since I'm sure you are all thinking and caring persons, I'm quite sure the reality is number one. Not quite thinking it through when the approval was given to the community that to this community that would be less than 2,500 feet from a 200-foot trash pile, thus trashing some of the nicest homes in Queen Anne's County, not to mention Claiborne Fields, not to mention Northbrook, not to mention many communities around it. So my final thought is, mistakes happen. Please reconsider and plan to move this trash heap location.
Thank you. Bill Kyle.
Thank you, Commissioners. It's good to be with you. First thing I want to acknowledge is the height. That's what really, there's two things. Height and smell is what's going to bug me the most about this. I live at Shrewsbury Farm Lane. My name's Bill Kyle. When you talk about a 250-foot mound of trash over 100 acres, or approximately 100 acres tall, you'll be able to sit here from the rooftop of this building and be able to see that mound 3 miles away where that trash site is. So just if that's what you want to see from your city hall, or when you're out here having your markets and people are selling their produce and they get that whiff of smells here in Centerville, you'll start hearing complaints. And somebody's going to have to do something, because that thing over a 10-year period, that dump will get higher and higher and higher. And just to put that in perspective, you drive across the Chesapeake Bay Bridge over to Annapolis, and on my car dashboard, it tells me when I'm at sea level, when I hit Stevensville. When I get to the top and I'm driving across, now this is where you're driving, it's 212 feet. So if you want to go another 30 some odd feet above that, you'll be able to see that landfill from right here. And it'll be huge. So I hope, my father was 60 years old when I was born, and he taught me as an old man, he said, do things right. And that's what we're asking you to do, is to do things right by doing the right things. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Stevens.
Good evening, Commissioners. Joseph Stevens, attorney in Centerville. As you know, I represent Jamal at Kent Narrows, LLC. And I want to thank you all for the hearing you had back in July, where you deferred any action on Amendment 2302, which changed some of the mixed-use requirements in the Kent Narrows, or proposed to. You had expressed some concern at that meeting about the 5% commercial being too low an amount of commercial as part of a mixed use in the Kent Narrows. And as a result of that, Douglas Development, Jamal, went back, looked at their numbers, and looked to see what they can do. And I sent a letter to you on the 26th of September suggesting and requesting that you look at and perhaps amend the ordinance, the pending ordinance, or the proposed ordinance, to increase the amount of commercial up to 10%. To put that all in context, Jamal's Kent Narrows in 2019 received concept plan approval from the Planning Commission for about 100,000 square feet of commercial space with 396 apartments above it. All right. They weren't able to do that, and Paul Milstein, who's here today, can talk about that. But essentially, that development didn't move forward. What's being proposed in this amendment would be much less than that, and it's being proposed as a density bonus. So the Planning Commission has discretion, and you all do when it gets back to you for sewer allocation, to review those plans and to see if it's appropriate to approve such a plan. So we've put forth a 10% amount for commercial, and Paul's going to talk about going as high as 12%. What that would mean numbers-wise is almost 50,000 or 46,000 square feet of commercial space on the site, and it would drop the residential amount allowed under this density bonus to around 300, because when you add more commercial, it eats up land that you'd calculate your residential on. Paul will talk about it. Douglas believes that this is a proposal they can move forward with. To put in context, Mears Marina was approved, final site plan, sewer and water allocation for 211 units. They never built it because it was purchased by Safe Harbor, and they went in a completely different direction. That site plan's void. Also, this property received growth allocation back in 1989 because it was pre-mapped, because it was pre-developed during the critical area provision. So you're using growth allocation on this property, and it needs to be redeveloped. Everybody recognizes that. Douglas has been willing to work with the county on a proposal that they can make work, that they can make financially feasible, and they want to continue to move forward with all of you. And I'll just leave you with this one note. On the 14th of February 2019 was when the Planning Commission approved that concept plan I referred to. If you want to look at that meeting, it's really interesting and instrumental. It really was very well received. A lot of tough questions, no opposition. And so take a look at that. I think it might be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Milstein.
Good evening, Commissioners, and thanks for the opportunity to see you again. So I just want to reiterate what Joe has laid out with all the facts and figures and numbers that we look forward to coming before you again as soon as possible to see if we can continue to move this forward. You guys have been very flexible and very amenable over the years, as the Planning Commission has. It's been a bumpy ride with a lot of trials and tribulations, and I get that. But sometimes you just have to get to the sweet spot. The original project we had proposed required structured parking and several other things, and it was just too big and undoable, and the world has changed dramatically. What we have before you now, and we are able now to go to 12%, and we've really just tweaked it, through the conversations we've had and within the community as well, is a surface parked, stick-built product with about 46,000 feet of commercial on both sides. So we'll be participating in the special tax district, no problem there. And we have, in the last year, successfully financed about 8 residential projects in various areas, very similar to this. This is what's working today. This is doable. We're confident in it. We realize we still have a lot of work to do, and there's allocations and more designs and engineering, but we ask for the ability to keep moving forward because this is something we can get done, and if not this, I don't know what we would be able to achieve. This is doable. It's been a long haul. We'd like to put it away finally and move this project forward. Thank you.
Cooney.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, staff. My name is Bente Cooney. I'm the founder of Plastic Free QAC, and my address is 735 Oyster Cove Drive in Graysonville. Well, I'm here today to provide updates and a reminder that you have agreed to introduce the Bring Your Own Bag Ordinance. We know that you are very busy people and always have a lot on your plate and just don't want it to get buried in your to-do list. So we have now witnessed the ordinance passing in Centerville, and it is the 16th geographic location in Maryland to pass the ban, and really with very little opposition. So Plastic Free QACTV have been invited to work very closely with the town of Centerville in preparation for the implementation in January of 24. Their goal is to be proactive by 1, educating residents and businesses about the details of the ordinance, and 2, to distribute reusable bags that promote the Bring Your Own Bag campaign. We are all in agreement that getting rid of these plastic bags and replace them with paper is not the answer. Rather, the focus will be on encouraging people to bring their own bags, including handy tips on how to remember him because we all forget. Additionally, Plastic Free has fulfilled its obligation to purchase a portion of the city's bags specifically allowed for SNAP and WIC people. We made that promise and we have followed up. We have been extremely impressed with how Centerville is preparing in advance for the upcoming rollout and remain confident that they have set a positive and effective example for the rest of Queen Anne's County. I don't need to tell you about how bad plastic bags are for the environment. We see them all over the road. We see them hanging in trees. And you already know that less than 5% of plastic bags that get recycled, that a single-use plastic bag is used for the average of 12 minutes, and that it takes up to 1,000 years to decompose. What you may not realize is that an estimate that a one cloth bag can replace 1,000 single-use plastic bags over its lifetime. It's also estimated that the Easton, which implemented their bag ban back in April of this year, saved the use of 1 million plastic bags the first month. Just 7 major stores were surveyed. So we look forward to working with you on getting this ordinance passed in the rest of Queen Anne's County. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all I have who signed up to speak. Would anybody else like to speak at this time? You'll be the last one. Thank you.
Hello, gentlemen. My name is Brad Dutton. I live at 136 Grays Pond Lane in Centerville. I'm here to speak about the solid waste facility. Just been studying up a little bit about the Queen Anne's County org chart here, and I see voters at the top. I see you guys, and you oversee like some buckets of departments here. Under the land use and environment section, there's 2 departments, the Department of Planning and Zoning and the Department of Public Works. And on October 17th, 2022, the directors of those 2 departments sent a letter to MDE with you guys CC'd on it, our attorneys CC'd on it, and it says the following. The future siting of the Midshore Regional Waste Facility, Phase 3 in Queen Anne's County at the end of Harper Road is consistent with the 2022 Queen Anne's County Comprehensive Plan, as well as the 2015 to 2025 Comprehensive Solid Waste Management Plan. Specifically identified in the Solid Waste Management Plan, the County Commissioners purchased the 124-acre farm at the end of Harper Road for the future site of Phase 3. Therefore, the siting of this project is consistent with the county's long-range planning strategies to provide adequate community facilities. As has been shared with you earlier, I will share it again. Within the 10-year solid waste plan from 2015 to 2025, there is a first level of screening. The first level of screening says that identifies all inherent constraints which would not allow a solid waste management at a particular location due to the conditions that render the site unacceptable for further investigation. First level screening criteria. A new solid waste disposal facility shall be located horizontally a minimum of 1,500 feet from the nearest home, it does not, or institutional building, and 2,500 feet from a potable water supply or wellhead that is used for human or animal consumption. It does not. This letter went to MDE saying it does. So I know this is going to take time. I know it's going to take time to find a new facility. You told us to be patient, and we are. But at the same time, this letter needs to be rescinded, it needs to be addressed, and it needs to be corrected. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll close press and public comment.
You want his address? His address?
No, I didn't catch it. It was even recorded.
All right, Commissioners, we can move into our presentations this evening. First up, we'll turn to tab number 6, item 3. We have Heather Tonelli, our Director of Economic and Tourism Development. She has proclamation 23-51 for the 120th anniversary for the Friel Lumber Company. Heather? have a few guests here. Can you introduce your guests? Yeah, this is great.
This is the Friel family that's coming up. They just celebrated their 120th year in business. They have both the cannery and Friel's Lumber. And so this week is Economic Development Week, and I couldn't think of a better way to celebrate that by celebrating a family that has a long tradition of employing our residents and a commitment to our community.
I gotta say, they don't look anywhere near 120.
No.
Look great their age. Have a seat.
Have a seat. Yeah, have a seat. Okay. Cool.
Oh, sit down. We got 4 chairs there.
Jay Friel, know most of you.
Hi, I'm Gina Friel, Jay's wife.
I'm Sam Friel.
I am Bob Friel.
Very good. I was in there today and ordered 2 doors, so thank you. So your grandfather, your great-grandfather?
Great-grandfather.
Wow.
So Sam is the 5th generation to start in the business.
Very good. Well, I've got a proclamation. I'm going to read the proclamation. Proclamation 23-51. Whereas Friel Lumber Company of Queenstown, Maryland, a family-owned company, is celebrating 120 years of business, the company which operates Friel Lumber and SEW Friel's Canning House is owned and operated by 5 generations of the Friel family. And whereas in 1903, Samuel Edward Whiting Friel became Friel Lumber as a lumber mill operating several sawmills in the area manufacturing primarily construction lumber, railroad ties, and veneer products such as fruit baskets. The company began canning tomatoes in 1912 at the Queenstown Cannery, and whereas Friel Lumber Company continued to grow its footprint in Queen Anne's County by adding additional warehouse facilities and a kitchen and bath showroom. SEW Friel is the largest private label manufacturer of sweet corn in the country and the only remaining cannery on the eastern shore of Maryland. I did not know that. That is pretty cool. Yeah. Whereas most recently, Friel's is one of Queen Anne's County's larger employers, providing employment for an estimated 250 employees, most of which are county residents. That's another kudos. Whereas Queen Anne's County values and appreciates the significant contributions to our community made by the Friel family and its employees. Now, therefore, the Queen Anne's County Board of County Commissioners wishes to recognize Friel Lumber Company, SEW Friel's, its employees, and the Friel family for their commitment and contribution to Queen Anne's County economy, and to congratulate Friel Lumber Company on its 120th anniversary. Congratulations.
So just to put you on the spot, what do you attribute the success of the business over the years or over the generations?
I mean, just learning from those that came before us, primarily. You know, they taught us pretty well how to run a conservative business and keep moving forward with small steps instead of giant leaps.
So you being the youngest?
Yeah, the older, I got two younger brothers.
You got 2 younger brothers, okay. So any ideas that you have moving forward that you might want to change the way you guys are going to do the operation? Or
really on the spot, Phil.
No.
Robots, right?
In other words, are you looking at doing things differently, or?
Well, I think the way that things have worked over the past 120 years has kind of gotten us to where we are today. And I mean, obviously looking to keep growing and moving forward, but right now, kind of me and my brothers are learning from the generations that have come before us, my grandfather, my uncle, and my father, in any way we can.
Probably the answer you wanted to hear.
That's a good one.
Done, you passed the test.
Very good. I think that's outstanding. Picture?
Picture, absolutely.
We don't get many pictures with 120-year-old companies, so.
Scoot in like your family.
Even here. Congratulations. Congratulations, young man.
Congratulations.
Future success.
That's awesome.
We got a little rivalry.
It's good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, great stuff. All right, for some more good news and good stuff, we have Director Steve Chanley, the Director of Parks and Recreation. He's going to give us our Parks and Recreation update for this quarter. So Steve, come on up, and he has a presentation up on the screen, and it's also in your book under tab 6, item 4, Roman numeral 4.
Thank you. So last time we met was back in February. So there's a lot, but I've condensed it down into a short period of time. So
All right.
I decided to do a little different. Instead of having a ton of bullet points, I've put up a sampling of some pictures of projects that have taken place. So the two pictures on the left-hand side are the new artificial turf fields up at Bats Neck and Churchill Park. In the top right-hand corner, we're beginning to work on the War of 1812 Memorial. We're still trying to get some information from the National Park Service to redo all the interpretive signs there. That's a project that is slowly moving forward. Down in the bottom left-hand side, you see a picture of a biker. We're working on our pedestrian.
A new trail?
It could be. We're working on our pedestrian and bicycle master plan. And as a matter of fact, on Thursday night at the Vincent Building, there's an open house for that master plan. So the community is invited to come out to that program. It's from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. In the middle, you see this is Mowbray Park. It's a pickleball tournament that we had. We had 189 registered participants in that program, ran over the weekend. It was a great event. The bottom right-hand picture is one of our newest opioid trails. That's at Route 18 Park. It's a small section of about 80 feet or so. The purple trail denotes, QAC goes purple. We have purple flowering trees and some purple flowers that are in there as well. We're also planning to complete one up at Churchill as well. One of our other projects in the top right, that was the condition of the Bats Neck outdoor skate rink. Down below that is the new pavement that is in it. The picture to the right is a rendering of what it will look like. It's not going to be green, but we have that project. We've got new fencing on there. We've got new pavement. We've got striping on there. In fact, the striping is kind of like a grayish white, so it kind of gives that appearance of ice.
So Steve, real quick, the striping that's on there is for what?
It'll be for hockey.
Hockey, okay.
But you can...
You do box
like
lacrosse on
inside
it?
there. I'm sorry?
Did you do box lacrosse on it?
You can. As a matter of fact, in about a week and a half, we have a company coming from Minnesota to put up the boards around the facility. So in a week and a half, that project's going to be done. And we have been in communication with those folks that have interest. This right here is a quick listing. I'm not sure if you recall, but at the beginning of the fiscal year, I came to you with about 7 or 8 projects. And those are the first couple ones there: basketball court renovations, pickleball, futsal court, basketball court, dog park. All those projects are going to be done within the next 2 weeks. And then below that, just came to you in August. All of those should be done in just about 2 weeks as well. So, we've really hit the ground running this past fiscal year. We've got a lot of projects that have taken place and are getting completed. I'd like to to be able to show that. As far as recreation, they've done a variety of different events this year. In the top left-hand side is, that's actually the course of the 5K and 10K out at Conquest, and we did that in conjunction with the Corsica River Fall Festival. Good event. Weather didn't always cooperate the entire day, but the intent was there to get folks out to, understand the importance of the river. We also have the picture of Mattapique. We've got the clubhouse. We did some concerts out there. We've had the 4th of July down at actually at Jamal's property and the Chesapeake Visitor Center. And then down in the middle, we did some movies in the park, and that particular one was up in Sothersville. And again, we've got a summer camp picture there. Well, we're doing some pickleball classes, and we ran a baseball tournament for kids 11, 12, and 13 years old this past summer. This here is a list of just some of the programs that are coming up. You can see we got a little bit. We've got some a trip to New York. We've got some soccer, basketball. So we've got a lot to offer that we're looking to put out there, and all those programs are getting ready to start in the next couple of weeks. Park ranger programs. Park rangers have been doing a lot. Usually, I would say 2 years ago, people just thought that the park rangers were there just to kind of write tickets and pick up trash. Well, we've incorporated them into doing some programs, and they've done a couple of guided hikes for the public. We've utilized Conquest, we've utilized Terrapin, Mowbray. So again, we're trying to make them a well-rounded program. We've got them involved in some classes, Delmarva Woodland Steward programs. So we're getting them out there to do a little bit more and be visible.
Steve, real quick, what's the Hunter's Moonwalk at Terrapin?
Hunter's Moonwalk is one of the many different full moons that are out. Each, from what I understand, I don't know it intently,
Not
but
hunting by the moonlight, are you?
I'm not. But each full moon has a specific type of name, so I think that is the appropriate name for that particular one,
Okay.
and then they're going to go ahead and
All right.
be able to give some more information. I'll come up with I'll invite you to the next. Public plannings, as always, James is doing extremely well, submitting grant applications to Maryland DNR. We've got Kent Nanner's Landing Bulkhead. We've got Muddy Creek. We've got Price Creek dredging. We're still working with the marinas and collecting fees for those as they renew their rental agreements with us. Thompson Creek, as Commissioner Corcorino knows, we've been meeting with them, and he's been a big help with us, meeting with them. Let's see. Rangers, we also are having them attend a Master Naturalist program, which is about an 8-month program. They go once a month, and again, they are able to better interpret the natural environment and be able to translate that to citizens. Bridge Airport, if anybody's been on the bridge and going down Route 8, you can see that that project is almost complete, the runway project. They are anticipating on being done, if I'm not mistaken, the first week in November. So they're doing well. DPW has done a lot of work with them as far as some work on their commercial hangars, doing some renovations in there, some landscaping. We've assisted with some of the help in the office, as well as minor improvements. Let's see. There's a lot to go with, and here's a couple of pictures that really just kind of show the status of the runway picture. And these pictures were taken, I would say, probably about 3 weeks ago. So a lot has even changed in that time frame. So. Been running. And the last thing I have is Blue Heron Golf Course. They did a project where they redid their greens. You can see the before and after. I'm sorry, they did fairways, and you can see the before and after of those two projects. And now they are also finishing up a project of completing a new golf cart path on the front 9. So now they will have complete golf cart path throughout the golf course. And they've been busy as anything. In fact, that project for the carts path was supposed to be done, I would say probably about a month and a half ago. But business was so good, they didn't want to interrupt it. They delayed it up until this week. But there's a lot more that's going on, so it's tough.
The runway is supposed to have a ribbon cutting Saturday morning at 8?
Yeah, it's one of the central folks are, I can't remember the name of. The
Port
business.
Pilot?
Yeah, they're inviting folks back so they can cut the ribbon to reopen their facility to the public as well.
Their facility, not the runway.
Well, their facility, but they utilize the runway, so they've kind of tossed that name into making it.
Okay, but no planes can land on the runway yet.
I haven't talked to Linda about that. I don't think Linda will have that specific information as when it is open and ready for planes to begin to take off and all that.
I think there's a misunderstanding. I think some folks think that runway is going to be open on Friday and planes can start landing on it this weekend coming up.
I'll get clarification.
Okay.
At the time that
Okay.
utilize that.
Thank you.
Again, I know that ribbon cutting, it's a little bit deceiving. It looks as though, one, that the county's doing it. Welcoming back their clientele to their business.
Okay.
We'll have to keep the commissioner's jet at Easton until, then we'll move it back to Kent Island.
Mr. Director, can we talk about Queenstown to Centerville Trail, pieces of it? Not now, but we'll
Yes,
talk about it.
That's also part of the Kimley Horn study that will have the open house this Thursday. So it talks about all trails and all connections that are going on. We also have, we're getting ready to break ground.
Easements between the two towns, or most of it?
We don't have specifics. We know that that's a preferred path, and obviously.
Town Golf has agreed to allow us to.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
We've talked with the town of Queenstown, and they had told us that probably about a year ago that the golf course was open to allowing a trail through.
Can't make it.
Crumpton Landing?
I'm sorry?
Crumpton Landing?
Crumpton Landing, we just got the engineering plans in yesterday, and we're supposed to meet with them Friday morning, along with Deep Creek Landing as well. So they're moving forward with that.
Anybody else?
Thank you.
Very good, thank you.
All right, thank you, Steve. Very well done. Our next presentation is from Heather Tonelli, Director, Economic and Tourism Development, and she's going to provide her economic and tourism update. And we have the presentation up on the screen, and it also is in your book, item 5, under tab 6.
Well, the right arrow.
Hard to come after Parks and Rec, so I'll try to do my best to be interesting because, we're a lot of numbers and stats. But this week is Economic Development Week. Monday, we went and visited North County businesses and Mid-County. Friels was one of them, and it was really great. We had some of our Economic Development Commission members with us, and it's really fun to get out and about. And we learned a lot from those. But we thought it'd be a great idea to come in and give you an update on how things are going in economic and tourism development in the county. I won't go into reading our mission, but overall, we want to be a valued and respected resource to our businesses and the community members and our visitors. We continue to focus on the 4 pillars, and that's something somewhat new since I've been here as far as our focus, always economic development and always tourism, but, adding Connie Dean to our staff. We now have a workforce component, and then we've also engaged in community development. Things that we've learned from our comp plan is the need our North County area, which is where our larger municipalities are. So we've been doing some outreach there to see how we can help them in their economic development endeavors. Some quick stats, how we gauge how we're doing in the county. We have a 1.5% unemployment rate. So that means, we hardly have anybody that's looking for jobs. Of course they are, but then that means there's a lot of jobs to fill, and there's nobody to take those jobs. So everybody that we visit, every single business that we talked to just yesterday alone, so workforce was their top issue. So having Connie on our team and marrying the high schools and the college and the parents and the students to the employers is a step in the right direction for sure. So I'm really thankful to have her as part of our team. Right now our population's at 51,000. It's projected to grow a little over 2% over the 5 years. Our median income is very strong. It's at $99.6 thousand per household. And I'm very competitive. So I shared with you a while ago that we were ranked #1 as far as GDP, gross domestic product, but we were also the 6th fastest growing county in the state. So it was an article about the top 6. We were the 6th. It was Howard, Charles, Calvert, and I can't remember the last one. But so things seem to be certainly moving in the right direction. The next slides I have, I won't go into a lot of detail about them, but you can look at economic development and industries in several different ways to say what our top industries are. Some people look at gross domestic product, which is the value of all the goods and services they produce. Some people look at job creation. Some people look at, their total revenues. So I've provided a lot of different slides, but you'll see that wholesale trade is the top when you're looking at the value of goods and services produced. Manufacturing is right up there, construction, accommodations and food services. If you look at industry earnings, wholesale trades is up there again, and these are all, 2020, end of 2022 numbers. Manufacturing is up there at the top. Government's always in there because that's a huge job creator here. Industry job growth. This slide's slightly different. It's what industries are growing and hiring the most. Manufacturing comes in second there. Construction. So you see some commonalities there. And the largest industries for jobs is government. And that's not only our government. So we have a lot of people here that work in Annapolis and DC. So you would accumulate those as far as the types of jobs that we have here. Some other great stats that we love to share. Our enterprise zone, which runs from the Bay Bridge up into where the emergency room is, or right before it, we approved $6.8 million in new construction. Or we don't approve the construction, but the value of that construction with approvals of the enterprise zone and 10 new jobs in 2023. As you may be aware, and I'm sure you know, we have a new EDIF fund, which is now $1.2 million. We were a little under $200,000 before this fiscal cycle, and we're really excited to get working on that. It's about $240,000 in workforce monies that be a part of that fund. This year alone, we've created 20 jobs through that fund with a capital investment of $38 million. So it's a pretty good return. Some of the deals that we're working on, I love numbers. The pipelines, the projects that are in our pipeline, we have $53 million in projects that we are actively working on as a department. We had $17.9 million in deals closed, and we're actively working to market the 13, there's more than 13, but actively marketing 13 commercial properties that are located throughout the county. And I have a list in here and I won't go into those, but they're varying sizes. Some of them are only an acre, some of them are up to 50 acres or more. But it's important for us to work together with planning and with the realtors and just trying to make sure that we market those properties for their best uses. A lot of them you'll find are along the 5301 corridor from the Bay Bridge up into Queenstown, and then there's a few in our North County, like the Chesapeake Bay Business Park, that has a lot of land. I've always find these stats interesting. These are property sales, commercial property only, that for years 21, 22, and year-to-date 23. And you can see with the values of those in year-to-date 23, it was $45 million in properties sold to date. You can see the top three. So there's a lot more that are smaller. The Walgreens property in Chester sold. That doesn't mean the Walgreens itself, it means the property. Harrison's Yacht Yard sold for 5.2, and the Friendly's retail store, this is all public information, sold for 4.3. In 2022, we had the Hilton transfer ownership in Kennersley Marina. In 2021, the Bay Bridge Marina property purchase. And you can see commercial, which is the dark blue, the lighter blue is mixed use, commercial, residential, or, and then there's some slips there. The value of new construction, so this is different. This is looking at, based on permits that were applied for, the value of commercial construction. And you can see 2022 was at 25.7 million. It fluctuates every year depending on when projects get completed, so we don't take too much stock in the changes. We just hope to see growth over time. And FY23, we're at 41.4, so we've got a few months left. So we know 2023 is going to be a great year as far as that goes. When we went on those visits this week, we knew about some of the projects that are upcoming, but we didn't know dollar amounts. Just in the 9 companies that we visited, there's 70 million in projects, and most of those aren't even on my list here because we didn't know what the amounts were. So there's a lot of growth that's happening. We went to ICSC this year, which is not in Vegas. Thank goodness it's in, well, I would like to go to Vegas, but that's a little out of our range. This was in National Harbor and Prince George's County, and we developed this guide not only to take there, but to also help our current retail, our vacant space and potential pad sites, help to market them. So we went to ICSC, met with a few retailers, a few grocers, just looking to spread the word about Queen Anne's County. We have great, well, I guess it depends on how you look at it. We have great traffic no counts, which are great for retailers and restaurants, but on the flip side, we won't talk about that. But we have great median incomes and high education levels. I mean, we have all the bells and whistles. So we're trying to do what we can to recruit and backfill empty retail. The Rural Maryland Economic Development Fund, that was the 2.9 that we were awarded from the governor to Upper Shore Regional Council and then to each of the 3 counties that they represent. We have just about all of those MOUs signed, and most of the projects are underway and have received some disbursements. The 4-H Park, as you, I'm sure, remember, was our largest project, and they've had several disbursements to date. So, or one done, one on the way. The schools have their career coaches in place and the career centers within the schools in place. So we're hoping as soon as they get their furniture, although they're operating without it, that we'll be able to have some sort of open house, ribbon cutting. It's going to be great. But most of the projects are underway. Some of the events that we've had in the past and or on the up and coming. Oktoberfest was a success despite the rain. It rained that day. It was on October 7th, but still a pretty good turnout. We had that in downtown Stevensville promoting art, and we have a dance troupe that comes out there and actually dances in the streets every half an hour, and loads of local artists, and the businesses are open, and it's a really great vibe. Tomorrow, as part of Economic Development Week, we're focusing on agriculture and technology paired together, protecting Maryland's agriculture through technologies as an opportunity. That's going to be at Chesapeake College, free of charge, from 8:30 to 1 o'clock. And it's going to be really great. We have a mix of technology companies and a mix of farmers that are going to be there and various agricultural entrepreneurs. So we're excited about that. It's the first of its kind, actually. We did the Field to Table, which was back in October, focused on our micro ag entrepreneurs and those that have received grants. And we also try to focus on different months that feature various businesses, and in August it was National Black Business Month, and this is just one of the, we focused on a different business every week, and this is just, you can see advertising that we did. If you were coming across the Bay Bridge, you probably saw the digital billboard that's right before the bridge heading east, and we had this in many places. We ran a Crabs and Crushes campaign, and we worked with all of our restaurants that either had crushes, crabs, or both, and we made sure to market them through our social media, and they helped spread the word on our campaign. And we had videos done and that sort of thing, and we had 1.6 million impressions. People looked at these videos and looked at these
Thanks to that,
advertisements.
thanks to this promotion,
Yes, but it's great.
the grapefruit crush is my go-to now.
Yeah, it is great, and it's great to build those partnerships with those businesses, and you can look and see the feeds, and people are talking about, oh my goodness, where is this? I want to go, and that's my favorite restaurant. I've gone there for 20 years, or so it's a really great campaign that we hope to build on next year and further partner with our restaurant businesses in order to generate, if they're going to come, we want them to enjoy our local culinary crabs and crushes. We are working on our new visitor's guide this year. We're going to have an outdoor guide, a culinary guide, and a visitor's guide. They're going to be smaller in page number, so it's not going to be 3 huge guides, but we're looking to focus on the culinary experiences that we have in the county, as well as the outdoor experiences. So we're really happy to get that going. We're hoping that those will be out by the end of January, early February. And the next thing I have is some tourism numbers for FY23, which ends June 30th. Hotel tax collected was $991,000. There was a 17% increase. Some of that had to do with the fact that we had more rooms. We have another 120 rooms from the Hyatt come on board, but overall, most of our hotels realized an increase in that tax. Keeping in mind that sometimes that the increase in tax has to do with higher room rates, average daily rate versus occupancy, but they saw an increase in both. So that's $144,000 over FY22. So I would project that, the following year we should see over $1 million, if not more. I had a goal of that for this year, but I was off a little bit. When I looked at July, we had a 25% increase over the prior year, again, largely due to Hyatt, July 2023. And I put on here, for every marketing dollar that we spend, there's a $31 return. Just quick on the events coming up. Bay Ridge 1 is November 12th. We had a call with them yesterday, and they said they are at the 20,000 mark, so that's great. Yeah, and there's still some time to sign up. They've had a lot of signups as of late. We participate and help with the Queen Anne's County Watermen's Association basket tree, which is that tree lighting will be December 2nd, and they're going to have several trees. If you need a basket, we have them at our visitor center in the Queenstown outlets. And then this year, MEDA, Maryland Economic Development Association, picks a different rural region to host their rural economic development event, and this year will be the Upper Shore region. It's going to be held at Cecil College, but it's still a great opportunity for our region to be highlighted. And with that comes a P&C grant of $15,000 that'll share between the 3 Cecil, Kenton, and Queen Anne's, and we're looking to do a pitch competition with those funds. So very excited about that. We're currently working on, continuing to work on the ferry feasibility study, which is again a study to determine the feasibility for a tourism-based passenger ferry that would run around the Chesapeake Bay. We are in the end of October now. They expect it to be preliminary findings December 2023 with the full report out in January 2024. So there were several sites that each of the counties pitched. We pitched the Kent Narrows and Mattapique, but the findings are still too early to determine, whether those are feasible or not, but we're hopeful. And then the last thing I wanted to share is that we are working with several of our towns. As I mentioned, community development is important, especially when our municipalities have the infrastructure necessary for some of our industrial development that could take place, or commercial development in general. You know, we meet with the town of Centerville on a regular basis. We met with the town of Queenstown last week and plan on bringing in some opportunities for sustainable communities and grants. And we continue to work with Sothersville and hoping to start to work with Churchill as well. But overall, we're hopping and enjoying economic development. Every day is economic development.
Hopping would be an understatement. That was a very comprehensive report. You folks have been busy. Busy.
Best is yet to come.
Well, kudos to you and your staff.
Thank you, Heather.
Thank you, Madam Director.
Commissioners, we have one more presentation this evening, and that is from Mr. Eric Johnson, the Executive Director, Center for the Military and Veteran Families, Operations Update. So, Eric, if you want to come on up and introduce your guests and take it away.
Good evening, Commissioners, and we want to start by just introducing ourselves. I think you know most of us, but just in case I was already introduced, thank you, Mr. Mon.
Joe Candeller, I'm the chairman.
Maggie Thomas, I'm writing the grants and helping with program development.
Excellent. Thank you all. It's really hard to sit in this room and not feel overjoyed by being in this county when you get to listen to the Friel family and Steve Chanley and Heather Tonelli talk about such wonderful things. Queen Anne's County really is the best place to be, and I'm grateful for that, and I know everybody sitting at this table is. And it's additionally great if you're a veteran, if you're a member of the military or one of their families. So this evening, we have just a couple slides. I know you guys have gone long, so we don't have a lot to brief. But we have raised a total of $150,000 plus to date. That has helped us open the center you've heard about on Ken Island at Bay Bridge Marina. It's positioned us to have all of the successes that we're going to kind of run through our numbers year to date. We've had a total of 3 suicide saves, one as far away as South Carolina. The other 2 were residents of Ken Island. We've had now 8 combat PTSD support groups. That includes the one that's happening while we're sitting in this room right now at the Stevensville Center. And that's where we've had 2 of the saves. We are starting our spouse and caregiver support group, which is something that's critically needed. That takes place this Thursday evening at 6:30 p.m. and it is Zoom enabled, so we're going to really start moving toward allowing our group attendees to participate virtually, especially as a group that, and when I go down to other parts of the Eastern Shore to brief Legions and VFWs, we really want to be accessible to folks that may live as far away as the lower shore and even across the bridge. We've had 3 massage therapy sessions for veteran spouses. One of the veterans that was suicidal, his wife has been so stressed out and has had just no time to invest in herself. So one of the things we offer is 3 weeks of massage therapy, 1 hour each. And she had never even had a massage and was just overjoyed with tears. And we offer that in partnership with Massage by Jess here in the county, where we can send a veteran and they bill us basically for the amount. So all of our services remain free. We've had 3 holistic therapies provided directly to 20 veterans, so that includes breathing exercises to relax, deal with anxiety, depression, or symptoms like that. We've done, Maggie, tapping, what's the official name for that? Tapping. Anyway, we'll demonstrate it another time, but there's a method where you tap key places, and I've done it now a couple times and it works. I thought it was the hokiest thing in the world, and I think most veterans, when they're presented this, are going to say, I'm not doing that. But we've had a ton of veterans do it, and they're all saying, I'm doing this now. It actually helps. I'm sitting in the car and I'm tapping these key places, and it really helps to recenter them. We've had 525 veterans, military family members, caregivers provided information, so that's healthcare information, claims support for the VA, legal, education, behavioral health, and then our support groups information. Our year-to-date impact continued. 6 American Legions have sent out our support group and other VAMSA information to a total of 400 plus members. We've had 8 thank you for your service veteran stories shared on QACTV. So we work in partnership with Fred McNeil to have a good pipeline of veterans that can be ready to do that. Jim Moran, I believe you were our first, and that was really good. So when I was asked to do it, I thought, I don't know if I can follow Jim Moran or any of these other veterans, but I'll do my best. So I just did mine. I think that's coming out soon. We've had 19 book club sessions serving a total of 200 plus attendees, 40 weekly coffee meetups at Dunkin' Donuts, and I can't remember if I briefed this last time, but the only Dunkin' Donuts that is not owned by the group that owns the Eastern Shore Dunkin' Donuts is Ken Island, so that's the one exception. So we're still going to work with them, but it's a lot easier that we have a regional manager for the rest of the Dunkin' Donuts to say, we've got this model that's been working almost a year now, where every Monday at 11 a.m. veterans come. The groups are now 15 to 20 in size, very diverse showing, all ages, gender, you name it. A lot of fighting over who's, the best service, and I'm never going to win that argument for the Air Force, but that's okay. We're going to keep fighting. But we're encouraging the regional manager to help us launch this throughout the Eastern Shore, so that eventually, and our objective is in the next 2 to 3 years, we could actually market that if you're a veteran and you live on the Eastern Shore of Maryland, go to a Dunkin' Donuts at 11 a.m. on a Monday, and there will be a group there to welcome you and some fellowship. Those groups are so critical. I can't place enough importance on them, because those really are a breeding ground to establish trust, support, and before long, a veteran that's been going for a couple weeks will say, you know what, I've been having trouble with my claim. Does anybody know what I can do? And then we're able to kind of coax them into coming into the center, which is sort of a nice glide path. 33 referrals to partner agencies here locally, and state agencies as well. 15 VA claim support clients, and then we now have 99 members of the Veteran Military Support Alliance. So those are just a taste of our successes to date. And then we wanted to just briefly talk to you about what's on the horizon, and I'll ask my partners in crime here to jump in whenever they would like. We're working to secure enough funding to open the center full time. We know how important that is to you all. It's equally important to us. We're anticipating some imminent grant awards and some large donor gifts, about which we'll keep you posted. We had a meeting with the Fort Meade Alliance Foundation recently, Maggie and I, and we're going to go tour their Coon Center. If you've not heard about this, they have basically the equivalent of what we want to do at Fort Meade, and it is open to anybody in the state. You don't have to have, or no, you do have to have a military ID, I think, to get on, so that's one differential that's kind of critical. But we have a good partnership with them. There may be a funding opportunity. Buck Duncan from Midshore Community Foundation connected us, but they have some models how they're doing things to intervene with families that we want to borrow from. If we don't have to create something and start from scratch, we are all for it. We also met with Kim Cradaville from Senator Cardin's office about some congressionally directed funding, having the same conversation with Congressman Andy Harris. And based on our desire, and they believe, they've said this in our briefings, they believe we have stumbled across the model program that's worthy of replication. So if in time, our goal first and foremost is, of course, to open the locally facing side of the center as soon as possible. And if it's by the end of this calendar year is my objective, if not sooner. And then once we have that, then I think it's really starting to move forward with the training center, where folks could fly in from all over the nation, take a week-long course, get our business plan, and then through the congressionally directed funding, potentially apply for grants, some seed money, $100,000 or whatever that amount is, to start their own center and to be able to operationalize thank you for your service in their communities. So those are some really great opportunities. We want to continue to invest in training opportunities with our future generation of military, our Sea Cadets, our high school ROTC. We recently took a field trip to the Air Mobility Command Museum. We had over 20 cadets attend, and what was so fascinating, they got to take a bus ride to Dover Air Force Base, where the museum is located, and then have that travel time back where they were able to talk with other veterans, have a little bit of mentorship. And it was so wonderful to me to see the faces of these young guys and gals as they walked through the museum, and 3 of them pulled me aside and said, I am just so excited about possible military service. And I asked everybody I talked to in the cadets, so are you in the cadets because you want to be? That's your path? And they're very frank. The kids, that generation, as you know, don't hold back. And all 3 of these guys said, either my parents wanted me to do this because it looks good on a college application, or they made me. And That's not most of them. So if they're watching, I'm sure they're thinking, thanks for sharing this. But all three of them said, you know, I wasn't necessarily thinking about a military career. I'm enjoying what I'm doing, but I got to tell you, seeing the museum and interacting with veterans, and it's very helpful. And we're working with them on their mental health, because those that have prior trauma have a tendency to select into military careers, law enforcement careers. I'm sure that doesn't come as a surprise. Obviously, if you've been traumatized, you've been in scenarios where you may not have had control over a situation. So joining an organization that has uniformity, rules, ethics, things like that. So when we know that that number of people disproportionately select into those career fields, and we know that 90% of veterans who serve in a military zone overseas, a military war zone, they are subjected to trauma. Doesn't mean 90% come back with PTSD, but 90% come back having been exposed to the very things that cause PTSD. So working with these youth to help them understand trauma-informed care, help them to understand what resources exist in their community. Now, if they do go into service and they are subjected to additional trauma, PTSD, they are better positioned to survive in their veteran time frame. We're promoting events for National Veterans and Military Families Month. We sincerely appreciate the proclamation that you guys did a few weeks back. We're going to be promoting that. We are working with the Legions, the VFWs, and other agencies to produce a calendar of events, not only for Veterans Day, but for the entire month of November. So you'll be seeing that soon, and we're going to try to synchronize all of those different organizations so that it's a lot easier for folks like yourself that want to come to something to not have to feel competitive over 3 or 4 events that might be at the same time. We are going to do an open house for our center this year. Excuse me. There will be 2, Wednesday, November 8th from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. Everybody watching from home or in the room is welcome to join us. And Sunday, November 12th from 1 to 4 p.m. In the spring, we're going to be launching Project Healing Waters, where we're going to take veterans out on boats from Bay Bridge Marina, maybe at the Narrows. There'll be a lot of opportunities for that, and we've test-driven that with a recent trip that we just took right by Libby's. And then we're going to be working with the University of Maryland Shore Regional Health to ID veterans. This is huge. Walt Petrie, one of our board members, brought, I believe it was 3 of the Shore Regional Health board members to take a tour of the center. 2 of them happen to be veterans. And we had a tremendous conversation about the importance of you must know me to treat me. So if you're a veteran and the hospital system or healthcare organization that you get treatment from doesn't know that you're a veteran, your outcomes are more likely to be adverse under certain scenarios. And so in other states and other organizations, they ask the question at registration, have you served in the U.S. military? If you answer yes, they never need to ask that question again. So it's a one-time thing. There's sort of an algorithm for if you answer no because you're 17, you may answer yes in the future. But once you ask for that data, you can do a ton of population health metrics and interventions that really help veterans. And then there are certain medications, certain procedures that are highly recommended against if you're a veteran and on top of that you have PTSD. So we already have a commitment from them. We want to get you in front of Ken Kozel and let's talk about how we do that. The other thing that's nice is it positions healthcare organizations to negotiate higher rates for reimbursement through VA, through TRICARE, DOD. So that's the temptation, if you will, or the way to draw in the healthcare organizations, because there's a little bit of money benefit involved, but it's also the right thing to do. And so that's kind of where we're headed. Do you guys want to say anything else?
My main focus is to raise enough money so that we're open full-time. Eric mentioned we have already mustered up $150,000. Our goal is by January we should be open 5 days a week and in full service. And we have Maggie Thomas to thank. We have filed for 7 grants so far, and there are more to come, about 2 or 3 a month. And those grants, as they are awarded, don't happen immediately. It takes 30, 60, 90 days to get the money, and that's what I'm working on now so that we can fulfill being open 5 days a week. And I thank Maggie Thomas, who has the expertise to write these grants, read them, and it doesn't happen overnight. It takes hours and hours of time and experience, which if you look around in the industry, there are very few people who know how to do this and do it right. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Anything you want to add?
No, I think you guys covered it. That was great.
But we appreciate your continued support.
So
And
what is it going to take to be open 5 days a week throughout the year? What's the operating expense?
Jim, what we're hoping to do is to have the allotment money to be open for 12 months, not for 6, because we don't want to go out of business in the midst of being open. So our goal is to have an excess of 450,000.
Is that what you think your operating is going to be every year, 450,000?
No, it's going to be considerably more. This year, it'll be 450,000. It'll be more like 1 million plus. If we get we have in place about a dozen volunteers who are veterans who are going to man the post or the office 4 or 5 hours a day, 3 or 4 days a week. And we're in the next step is we have to investigate these people who are volunteering so that they have a clean record and no other background that would be harmful to our association. We're in the midst of doing that. And then we have to hire some full-time people who, in addition to the miracle of Eric and Maggie, we need to have some backup so that there are other professionals who have done this before and are paid. So that's why the budget will be $1 million plus.
So the center that I think I've shared with you all about, the Military Information Center, or MAVERICK, we love our acronyms, so I had to have one for the one up in Allentown, PA that I help work on. It's hospital-based. There was a glide path of literally $50,000 the first year we did anything, up to a budget of about $1.2 million. So that doesn't happen overnight, doesn't even happen necessarily in a year. But the glide path that we have right now, we have a grant that we're hoping to get the information, the update on from Buck Duncan from Midshore Community Foundation for their annual cycle. Remind me, we asked for, it was 2 something, correct? And if you divide by 2 for the year?
Yes, it was in the high 2s.
So when I did the math, looking at our glide path of bringing on certain staff part-time and then in January increasing their hours and then from there continuing, it's about 150,000. So the number Joe gave is the one that gives us the golden ticket of the board saying, oh good, you have 12 months of money in the bank, I don't have to worry about that. We have commitments from several of the legions and other organizations where if we start looking at the fact that our fiscal year starts July 1, just like you all, we have some commitments that fall right into that timeline where the 450, we've already raised a certain chunk of that. So when we come back again in a couple months, I think what we would like to do is show you the budget, show you kind of how our glide path looks financially, and I know when we come back, we're going to be able to report that we've raised at least that amount, and we're now opening our doors full time with a combination of volunteers and paid staff. So
very good.
Thank you all very, very much.
Thank you.
For the public, where is the open house at?
It'll be at Bay Bridge Marina, and if you're paying attention at home, it's 301 Pier 1 Road, Suite 102. So it's on the same campus as Libby's Restaurant and has the best view of the bay that we could possibly have.
ROTC, how's that going in the high school?
That's an area that we're...
Counselors?
So the counselors are supportive, but the path to sort of go from outside the school in is a process. And so we're getting ready to meet with Dr. Salins to specifically talk about this project so she could kind of help. I didn't want to suggest that we're having a problem getting into the schools, but it obviously helps if you...
Can we get that up on the...
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. That would have been nice, wouldn't it? Oops.
No. Yeah, just leave that.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Dumanil. So
Let us know if there's anything we can do.
I appreciate that. I think we're going to be fine. I work with Dr. Salins on the Queen Anne's County Council for Children and Youth, your council, and have a good relationship. So we've kind of talked peripherally about this, and I think now that we're bringing on some additional folks, we'll have the additional personnel to go into the schools to do that. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank each one of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioners, that concludes our presentations for this evening. We can move into, we have a few action items this evening. First, if you want to turn to tab number 2, we have the Department of Public Works. Mr. Quimby has 3 action items for us this evening. The first one, under administration. Oh, and Warden Cook sends his apologies. He wanted to be here this evening, but he is out of town at a detention conference. But these first 2 items are associated with the new regional jail project. So again, tab 2, item 1 on pages 1 through 2 We have a letter of intent. This is a Midshore Regional Detention Center letter of intent to the Public Safety and Correction Services Division, notifying them of our intention to commence the planning study and to construct a new Midshore Regional Detention Center with our neighboring counties of Kent and Caroline counties on the former Eastern Pre-Release site in Churchill on Flatiron Square Road.
I move to execute the letter of support to investigate the feasibility of constructing a new Midshore Regional Detention Center with our neighboring counties of Caroline and Kent on the site of the former Eastern Pre-Release Unit located at 700 Flatiron Square Road near Churchill.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? So moved. Does this mean we'll get the study back by March 2024, or we have to have it in by then?
Both.
Excuse me?
Both. We will have, the study will be completed by then and has to be submitted by the state by then to stay in their funding cycle.
Cool. All right. Commissioner Moran's on item number 2 here. This is the Midshore Regional Detention Center Part 1 and Part 2 programming study proposal from our design consultants, and this will kick off the design programming phase of the Regional Detention Center at the Eastern Pre-Release Unit location in Churchill. And the two counties have agreed to split this 3 ways with Queen Anne's. We will be taking the lead, and I anticipate getting letters associated with their commitment this week as well on this project.
Move to approve the Part 1 and Part 2 programming study proposal from Collimore Architects in the amount of $98,900 for the Midshore Regional Detention Center, and authorize the Director of Public Works to execute the proposal as well as to invoice Kent and Caroline County for 1/3 of the fee upon completion of the study.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion here? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? There now. So it would be nice if we could, I know that the state normally pays what, no more than 50%?
Or less than 50% because they don't pay for air conditioning in the cell blocks.
Right, so when they're paying 50% for a project, to build 3 jails at 50% per project is much greater than our regional, so it'd be nice for them to kick in maybe 70%.
I brought that up to you, your delegation.
Oh, we're going to bring it up to the delegation.
Yeah, we will certainly talk with our delegation about that, and I can say that, we've, I want to hand it to Director Quimby and Warden Cook. We've had very productive meetings with our counterparts in Caroline and Kent County and the state of Maryland, and they're all very, in particular the state, very excited about this initiative. It's one of the first initiatives. It is the first initiative like this in the state of Maryland, and we are looking forward to a successful collaboration on
So,
this
Alan,
project.
do they handle it the same way they do with school construction on public works projects like this?
I honestly don't know how school construction is.
So, like, in Kent?
My understanding is it's 50% less the air conditioning component.
Okay, so that we don't get any special treatment like they do on the school side? Because that was the idea behind regionalizing schools in some cases with certain places, because you could take advantage of
We'll take
better
advantage
funding.
of, it's definitely going to save the Queen Anne's County, this regional, definitely going to save us at least 10 million.
Easily.
Yeah.
Overall, I would say it's probably double or triple that, but if you contend all the 3 counties combined.
Right, I just wish they would rate it based on, because the theory behind that is Caroline doesn't have the kind of money to put into something, so would they put in something subpar because they could afford it? No, it's the state will kick in the rest to get it to what it would have to maintain standards, you know what I mean? So it's same thing here. If they had to do a standalone, the state would have to kick in, and I think you got to make that argument that, hey, we're actually, as Queen Anne's, being better off. We're kind of pulling them along with us, in a sense, from the financial side, so you guys are going to pay a lot less to the state, so give us a little bit more.
I guess I look at it as if theirs cost 30 million and the other one's 30 million, and ours would have cost 40 million, and you take 50% of all that, and now this new site only costs us 65 million. If we get that 50% that they were going to honor to all 3.
Right, but no, that's what I'm saying. See, you get a better argument even, because they would have given, say, Caroline 70%, right? So now they're not giving them 70%. because they're only going to give
Either
us
way,
50.
we're going to ask the question.
Oh, I know, I thoroughly agree, and I think we should beat on them. We're saving them a lot more money than it's going to cost them.
Are there, Mr. Director, are there grants for it? Things like HVAC and security systems?
This would be, the grant would be from the state for the 48% or whatever you want to call it.
That is the grant.
That is the grant.
That's just something they don't have in their grant process. And honestly, for a facility that size, you're probably talking a couple $100,000, $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 maybe at the most.
Just for HVAC?
Yeah.
It's got to be more than that.
Well, no, because you got heating, you're only adding air conditioning. You got to supply heating, but you're adding the air conditioning, so.
It's only to the cell box.
What's that?
Admin can have AC, they pay for that.
Right, the cell box, but that's typically just one of those general ventilation systems that pumps cold air in there, so.
Very good.
All right, thank you, Commissioners. That's all we had for engineering and administration.
We
We
had a
can-
motion and a second, but we didn't vote. Did we vote?
Yeah, we voted. Right,
Oh,
yeah,
did we?
voted.
Okay.
Yeah, we did.
You said yes.
I did say yes?
You said yes.
Okay.
Yes, it was,
I don't remember you calling for a vote.
it was unanimous, yes. Been a long, long meeting.
Being as a sanitary?
Please.
I make a motion that we convene as a sanitary district?
I'll second that.
All those in favor? There we go.
Sanitary board.
Yes, Bill.
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioners, this is the Public Works Agreement Amendment 2 for the Chester Haven Beach subdivision. They are requesting an additional 36 months to initiate construction, and they've agreed to reduce the commitment for the allocation that they hold now from 180 lots down to 90 lots.
Move to execute the PWA amendment with Chester Haven Beach Partnership, which will grant the development an additional 36 months to begin construction, as well as limit the ultimate development to no more than 90 lots.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
41.
Okay.
All right, Commissioners, that's all we have for the Department of Public Works. We have one other action item this evening for the County Commissioners. If you want to flip to tab 3, it is item 1 on pages 1 through 5, and this is a resident has submitted a request to rename the private road where they reside to Happy Camper Lane. So,
Thanks,
yes,
Alan.
thank you, Mr. Quimby.
Alan, you don't want to hear how this turned out, Happy Camper Lane?
Probably gonna have to pick another sign, Alan.
Don't think this one will be stolen.
But this was a private road and previously named Sportsman's Neck Circle, and it's going through the process through Planning and Zoning, DES, and Public Works. Staff has no objections to renaming the street, the road.
Sportsman.
It's, let me see here.
There's a map.
Yeah.
Okay, I move to approve the road name change from Sportsman Neck Circle to Happy Camper Lane.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Sportsman's Neck.
Are you sure no discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstained? Very good.
Okay, Commissioners, that is all of the action items we have for the board this evening.
Going right to roundtable.
Roundtable.
Who would like to go first? First or last?
I'm going to defer my time to Jim Moran.
Oh, damn.
Got nothing.
I got nothing.
Holy crap. Patrick?
I'm talking about the why?
No, you can.
No.
In your district, that's you.
Well,
Active Aging Center.
I'll just say it was beyond,
Place is amazing.
it is. It's like
amazing.
it's like a palace. And it was a wonderful ceremony, and Chris and Jim were there, and Jack, I'll let them talk about it.
Everybody was there.
Phil was there too.
Yeah, we were all there,
everybody.
yeah. Jack's there every day.
Yeah,
I'm there every morning.
every morning. Waiting for the door to be unlocked.
I did not see you.
I go there to cut the ribbon every morning.
Yeah. All right, well, just me? Well, like you said.
You know, I will say real quick, though, I appreciate the YMCA acknowledging past and present commissioners with
Naming the gym.
naming the gym. where the pickleball courts and the basketball courts are. Huh?
It's in honor of all past and present commissioners.
Oh, but he's changing it. I talked to him.
And future, right?
Right, he's going to put in
So when they
parentheses
need more money.
in future too.
So when you need
Better
more
put
money, you've
future
already
on
got it covered.
Dollar sign on the end.
It works.
You done?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's see. The why was in the cap of Queen Anne's County. I just think it's awesome. It really is. A long time coming. I hope that the citizens use it and our schools use it, and you know it checks off those boxes. Last meeting I wasn't here. I was in Minnesota with the Baltimore Metropolitan Council, looking how Minnesota does things. It's the every year the BMC goes to a different city to meet with their leaders and see how they tackle their problems. And Minnesota is an interesting. Minneapolis, Minnesota, I should say, St. Paul, is an interesting city. They have, I want to pronounce it right, Huns, they came from base Laos and Vietnam, a huge portion of the population. And then they've got the Somalis, which is a huge portion of the population. Then they got Hispanics and they got African Americans, and now they're taking in some of the Muslims. So it works for them. They said one of the things that they do when their population starts to dip, they look at where the conflict is in the world, and they say, "Come on to Minnesota." I don't know how, but it works. And it was an interesting trip, to say the least. So, that's all I got on that. I think that Todd, what I'd like to see is if on our next commissioners meeting or the one after, if we can get an update from planning and zoning. I'd like to talk about where we sit on some of our projects, the online service, and turnaround time for permits, and general, how's it going and what are we doing to make it better?
Commissioner Moran, she's scheduled to come in December, if that's okay.
First meeting?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I didn't know that. So thank you. Another one is, after I did the town hall for the seniors in Jacksonville, and there was a lot of questions about the housing authority and what's going on with the housing authority. And they had asked questions, they couldn't get their questions answered. I know that many moons ago that the housing authority was under the county's purview, and I'd like to see what it would take to bring it back and what the process is. So if we could have some sort of presentation on that for all the commissioners, just to see where, if it is possible. I mean, I know we own the buildings, all but one, is that correct? All but one? And, I know they need work, and I don't have a problem, doing the work and paying for the work, but I'd like to see a little peace and tranquility come about without the seniors, they can be a tough group, right? So,
Do you want to look at if that's something else we could do on a regional level? Because we only have a few properties, and maybe with some of the other jurisdictions, there might be some
I'm open for game or
economies
anything.
of scale of doing it
Yeah.
that way rather than
Yeah.
coming under us. I don't know which one's better, but.
Well, for that, and as long as that, at Nesbitt, they're building a senior housing facility there. I mean, a 4 or 5 story building. Is that going to be run by the housing authority, Todd? Who's running that? Do you have any idea who that is?
Where?
They are.
It's Slippery Hill.
Yeah, they are.
That's
Green
private.
Street, it's Green Street.
Yeah, that's private.
Green Street, it's private, yeah.
So it's totally private, so it has nothing to do with, okay, all right. Well,
But that's a great idea, Chris, because we ought to find out, A, what Caroline and Ken are doing right now, how they manage theirs, and come up with something that's.
yeah, I mean, that's great, if there's a savings in there also,
There's a
but
savings,
I gotta believe that, I know we own a,
Shared resources is always better. I mean, honestly.
yeah, well, we have a wait list, I believe, at all of our facilities, so, and we won't be sharing any room.
No, I'm talking about management resources. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Oh, yeah, right.
they probably have a director, can't have a director, we'd have to have a director. There's
Correct.
3 directors. You don't need 3 directors to do the population we're dealing with.
There you go, so, something to look into is there anything else, anybody else would like to look into for future meetings? Okay, then.
a motion to adjourn?
Second?
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Good night. Thank you very much.